There we go.
And July.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning to the, welcome to the July 6th meeting of the Board of Raleigh County Commissioners. Let's stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We have public comment this morning. Okay. Any plans?
Commissioners, I'd like to ask for an executive session during my admin time, please.
What do you think? A good way to start out.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very liberty or freedom like.
Now, that's what I call rampant enthusiasm.
How much time do you need?
Hour? No, 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
I wonder why nobody likes you.
Well, that's one reason.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to add an executive session to Francie Holman's administrative services time.
It's been moved and seconded to 15 minutes to for an executive session to Nancy Holman's time. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to take this opportunity to introduce Brittany Phillips, new Budget and Finance Officer for Riley County. So first day was yesterday, hit the ground running. And so we're excited to have her on board. And so she'll be attending a lot of these meetings. Of course, you know, we have a lot of finance stuff going on right now. So
Yeah, just the right time.
yeah, just the right time.
Right into the-
Smoothly transition her into it.
Yeah, easier into it. Came back for the second day, so at least there's a start. Good to meet you. Look
Welcome.
forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I apologize. I do have a handful of public construction projects that we want to let you know.
How could that be? It's not that time of the year.
It is past that time, really. So first one would be a concrete pavement repair on Skyway Drive. That'd be about right in front of Briggs Auto down there. It will start Monday, July 10th. Traffic control will be installed to allow flow around the work zone. So there'll still be traffic. We won't close it off to traffic. This reduce speeds. Project will be on Skyway Drive between Eureka and Recreation Drive. And it's expected to last till the July 13th, weather permitting. Second one is July 11th. We'll be replacing the culvert on Daniels Drive. Closed to traffic during the time between Pleasant Valley Road and Pillsbury Crossing. And it's expected to be completed that day, so. The third one, we're starting our chip seal process on various roads throughout the county. July 17th to the 23rd. We'll be on a short section of Sweet Creek, intersection of Fancy Creek and Winkler Road, doing the whole Great and Randolph Road, and a section of Wallsburg Road. And so we'll have traffic control. Expect delays maybe up to 15 minutes. And that starts on 17th. And the last one, Evan will probably come back and tell you that later another time, but Raleigh, the transfer station will be closed on July 29th, Saturday. To do some repairs on the approaches to the scales. If you get a little bit of a bump, it throws the scales, so we're gonna make sure we get that fixed up before they get too bad. That'll be all day on Saturday the 29th. Thank you.
Somebody was telling me over the weekend that we ought to change our state flower from sunflower to orange cones. That's why.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll go to commission comments. Commissioner McKinley.
Back last week, spent Friday, most of the morning Friday in the county offices. I met individually with Clancy, Rich and Bob Isaac, discussing a lot of various different things with each one, so much catching up on a whole bunch of stuff. And then Friday evening, I attended the Catbacker banquet and auction at the Alumni Center. I didn't buy anything, but had a good time, talking to old friends and meeting new ones. And they had kind of a panel discussion with Wyatt Thompson, asking questions. They had Colin Klein and BJ Finney kind of just talking about, not in football, just their lives, about how things are going with them and stuff. So it was a good time. And then since then, spent a lot of time working on stuff at home and looking over spent a lot of time looking at the proposed budget. That's what I got.
Okay, Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, after last Thursday's meeting in Leonardville, so it's actually been almost a week and a half since we've been here. Just throwing that out there. Hope everybody had a good, wonderful, safe, come back with all their fingers, digits, so on and so forth. Spent mine out in Ellis County to start with. I had to kind of pivot. We were going to go camping, but didn't really have all the means at the site, at the campgrounds and the cabin there. Probably could have lived without electricity on all fronts, except maybe for air conditioning, which obviously over the weekend and Tuesday would have been needed. So, so we kind of pivoted, ended up in Great Bend, had a good time plugging, hanging out with some friends, ate a lot, had beef ribs and everything that came with it. Blew up a lot of fireworks. Guess you saw we lit off 16,000 firecrackers at once. Was very loud, created quite a mess. Fortunately, Mother Nature had some fireworks of her own and blew all the mess down the road, so we didn't actually even have to clean it up. We did let all the neighbors know in advance that we were doing that, so if they had dogs and young kids and stuff, they didn't have to freak out about it, and so everybody was cool. So worked out, well worth the time and effort. Couple other just quick things. Wanted to say congratulations to our EMS director, assistant director, Josh Gehring, for being the highlight on WIBW's segment Salute to Heroes. Come at a good time obviously over the week with the 4th of July holiday. They did a really good job highlighting his work and efforts and highlighting the care and compassion he takes with the position and with everybody in the department. Certainly always enjoy seeing our employees get rewarded and recognized for their hard work and efforts on behalf of the county and its citizens. So, and seems like we get more and more people on that particular program. So it's a good deal, good highlights for us. Lastly, I also wanted to mention that I've kind of gone global in a way, at least a part of me anyway, with our last blood drive, with the app and the ability to text you information, let you know where it goes, not to whom it goes to. This last one made it all the way to Puerto Rico. And I know Puerto Rico is kind of a subset of the United States. I mean, I won't use the word international necessarily, but it did at least cross an ocean. So my guess is they're probably stocking up there this time of the year for disaster. And it's just that I highlight that because donations like that are obviously not just needed for the country, but needed internationally and globally as well for things that come up. So if you can donate, I'd say donate. They make it real easy with technology, obviously, and they let you know cool things like where it ends up at. Most of the time, it usually goes to Michigan or Baylor. So actually, I'm kind of glad it goes to Puerto Rico instead. But anyway, with that said, that's really all I've got this morning. Look forward to jumping back into things.
Well, I did some traveling. Was at the Leonardville meeting the other night, which was really well attended. So I think these meetings out in the county are really important. It was a good meeting. And then early Friday morning, I left. I had to go to Kansas City to catch a flight. Spent about 12 hours flying and connecting. Ended up at my daughter's home in Orange County, Virginia. She have about 7 acres of farm animals, so spent time on the farm. We didn't do a whole lot. Well, we did a lot, but it just not a lot of activities. Fed the goats, chickens, ducks, donkey, horses, all this stuff. So it was a good relaxing time. We did go to a fireworks display up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, which were close to her and beautiful area. That was good. It was really well attended. Nice to see a community fireworks display. A lot of people were there and enjoyed it and sat on the blankets on the hill. It was So, when I came back yesterday, so I've got a little bit of jet lag. It was only 8 hours of stuff traveling, but you have to change planes and layovers and all that, so it's hard to get there, so. But it was well worth it, it's good to get back into things. I was able to, I had my iPad, so I reviewed most of the financials for today. And that's it for me.
For business commissioners?
Yes.
Okay, first item we have is mobile device reimbursement form.
And I literally just lost my spot there. Go ahead and make a motion then to approve the action on the mobile device reimbursement fund.
I'll second.
Yes, we had moved to approve the mobile device reimbursement form. All in favor?
All right.
Chair, please sign. Thank you. Commissioners, I do have one added item to the business meeting. It's the annual indemnification and hold harmless agreement with the Caw Valley Rodeo Association that we do annually. Fancy gave it to me and asked we add it to the business meeting to get approved. I think it's standard from every other year.
It is, there are no changes. Accurately described it. It allows, well, some years ago, it was new for the county to allow beer sales, even at the rodeo. And this is only within the confines of the stadium for the rodeo. But after a lot of public dialogue, the board approved that concept, provided there were enough controls, and this has plenty of controls in it. It also provides for insurance protection at the expense of the vendor, and certification of provision of a certificate of insurance, which was provided, which safeguards in the unlikely event of some alcohol related incident that results in litigation. It'll be that insurance will provide that protection, not just for the judgment of any potential judgment or settlement, but also for a defense. So it's not some expense that would be borne by the taxpayers.
I'll go ahead and then make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded to approve the Caw Valley Rodeo request for serving alcohol. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All three sign, please.
And that's just cereal malt, right?
It's actually, I think it's higher level than that.
Oh, is it?
It's not mixed drinks, but it's the definition of cereal malt beverage is pretty restrictive, and I think that it allows a higher level of alcohol in the beer.
Yeah.
My recollection, but again, no cocktails are sold.
Ale, maybe?
I'm not really going to get into the menu. I don't know the details.
Oh, we ask specific questions on this legal document and we get no legal response. I see how it
Expect
goes.
the same thing report after this rodeo counselor.
Well, the king and queen at the fair usually bring in cookies. You could ask for shots to be brought.
I'll stick with the cookies.
Better for it.
That's one of the highlights of the year.
It is. Can't wait to
It's
see
much
old-
more fun than budget.
Yeah, can't wait to see old Garfield again.
Something's more fun than budget. How can
Yes, even executive sessions.
all
Well,
right.
unless they have to do with the budget, then maybe not so much.
Real excited for this later this
Yeah.
morning. You're gonna make them mad. I'm gonna follow up with something worse.
Oh.
Finally
Can we
moved up
adjourn
to
now?
Thumbs come up.
I was thinking about not coming back from the holiday vacation, actually. The thought did cross my mind. Maybe.
A lot of vineyards. Wineries.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the DC fireworks show?
No.
It's one of those
That's a
highlights.
ways, it's like 2 hours.
Uh,
Oh, really?
That's the one they do there on the national mall.
Yeah, I always wanted to do that, but never made it there. At the time we lived. Well, they lived there, and now they don't.
Thank you. Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
I didn't see anything. Well, with that said, then I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the minutes from the, what was it, June 29th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the June 29th meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Other tentative agendas, so commissioners, I do believe my 9 o'clock has been moved because some reports won't be done yet, and so that should give us some more time at the end for budget discussion, which I think is a good thing, so. I do believe that will be one change on the tentative, the first tentative. Commissioners have anything else?
What's our plan on the 13th for the fence viewing? Are we
We're leaving at 1:30.
from here, correct? Okay.
It's the concept.
Or two of us and we're picking one up? Is that how we?
Yeah, as long as I don't fly by and remember.
Yeah, on the
I
highway.
don't.
You better write it down. I don't believe he's gonna be standing.
Remind me.
We just put out a sign that says will work for fence viewing.
Yeah.
This is that. You said there's an intergovernmental one from that day. too.
No, it's on the 20th.
Oh, that's the.
Later.
Yeah. Then we have Good Morning Manhattan on the 20th, isn't it, I believe?
Yeah.
And a county meeting at 4 that day.
Any
That'll
items?
be here, I think.
No, it's there.
Yeah,
at the
there,
city
we
or
had it here
something.
last time. Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners?
Nope.
Okay, if not, we have Elizabeth Ward on 2023 Employee Day proposal at 9 o'clock.
The city county, when was it? It happened last time. And then it was the time
here.
before here.
Evergy.
It was here on
Oh, that
every.
was every, okay.
That was ironic. We were the ones here and it actually had more of an impact on Scott County.
Well.
I knew you would. Just want to give you a heads up, so it wasn't that much of a surprise.
I believe that half the year's over already.
Boy,
So the county meetings are coming.
It should be a July calendar in your box.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. We're a big fan of this new update on Outlook.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I found that.
There today, I got some. Wow, they really got.
Roughing the academy. Underlayment, like staff or something, one day that started.
It's happening on the tree.
Well, we're still trying to get that easement
Mhm.
they needed. I can see if they, I'm supposed to talk, is that. Still on the same point, the city, it's not on the city.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
that's the city.
that's good.
Oh,
And they were. See, their meetings on Tuesday for the 4th of July. I think that, I thought they postponed it to the 11th. Wasn't sure. They was gonna check with their. Or find out when the next meeting was.
Oh,
That's
okay.
gonna be somewhere to get that easement. And we've got a price. from them. Wildcat, they got the trees. Like $1,500.
Wouldn't have to dig the big trees out.
That was
Those
all
rats
that.
have gotta go way down.
Yeah.
Brittany, how did it go? I got a tree, I had chicken brain, and forecast. Yeah, I switched. I didn't get on. It was a sick of these on a tree. in the backyard.
Yeah, nobody was.
It's not growing back.
Of
Of course, I did, I was supposed to do that, but I didn't. I tried all the stuff removers and all the stuff before I.
But fire also something said. If you get some charcoal, yes, and just go in the fire.
Yeah.
Little.
Yeah, that's what I did. And then it was a lot of fun. I did it a couple times.
Oh, no. 26.
Let me get to it.
We got to get that easement. I'm gonna save it in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Josh, how you doing? Morning. How are you all? Good. Morning, Sandy. How you doing?
Yeah, responded. I didn't really know how to respond to such.
Did not respond to that.
Oh, I did,
Okay.
yeah. You're just not gonna win with everybody, that's all.
Yeah,
it
that's.
is.
those guys. Just kidding.
Well, we announced one of the places.
That wasn't the issue.
Morning, man. How you doing?
That somebody answered. I didn't know exactly how to answer.
I pretty much put it straight on.
I gotta hear about your trip. It's on my list. It's on my list. You just put them on the screen for all.
Don't tell me that.
Sir.
Thank you for the EMS pictures. I appreciate you continuing to send those. That's a long way from my house.
Yeah. It's 5 minutes from.
It looks great.
I mentioned, I've been trying to do it every weekend, I forgot about it. All the weekend. I thought they would have started. But they've got, and they got a sign up on the fence, so I think they're getting ready. Dried off, there's water inside, obviously from the rains. Not a lot, but there's puddles in there.
But that roof frames.
Yeah, it's all sheeted.
Yeah.
Well, Clancy, I hadn't thought about it, but they took the action on that, press proposal, so they just signed it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
This commissioners, you made the motion for request proposal for the indigent defense panel members, so I just need you to sign that. You will be taking action. No, that was our missing document, but Leonard don't need it.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
We did everything on our side except deliver it to the clerk's office.
All good, easily.
It's actually, when you break it down, it's the most important thing.
Leave it to John to say it.
No, the most important thing is that you actually sign it.
But you have to deliver it in order for us to sign it. See how that works?
So look how it worked out.
I know. Only a week late.
Total victory.
Better late than
Yeah,
never.
it was just.
Just makes some fun of thing. She has nothing to do with Oh, see now.
Good timing. Vivian was just been in charge of this. Thank you. We'll get that thing.
Looking.
We've got enough paper clips.
Yes.
He spoke well. Yeah. It's maybe that.
I'll let you know once they. I think you just got lost in the shot. You stopped.
Okay. Yes. Ask me to stop first.
I think the personnel.
You stop that, it's in the personnel. No, shoot.
Too late.
Too late. Wow.
We might have to separate you two.
Which him and I are her and I.
All three. They go to different orders.
Yeah, now that's a true parent right there, yeah.
I don't care who started
Pull this
it.
meeting over. Pull this meeting over.
That's someone who's grown up living with a teacher.
Yeah,
That's true.
Separate them all, yeah, that's true.
Learn how to deal with kindergartners, so I'm taking care of you guys.
Yeah.
Russell.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Steve Shirley. I'm with the Employee Day Committee and part of the Appraiser's office as well, I guess. But I'm here on behalf of the Employee Day Committee. The committee members include representatives from multiple departments. And they're kind of listed below there. So, and we've got a few of them in the crowd here as well for support. Thanks, guys. Just a little background. Since 2006, Riley County has dedicated the Columbus Day observance for the enrichment and training of Riley County employees. This year's Columbus Day is on October 9th. This is a mandatory training day, so all county offices are closed to the public. This year, the training committee started the process pretty early as far as planning for this year. We reviewed and considered last year's survey results during the planning process and feel like we found the best options for this year. So kind of some discussion here. Where's it going to take place? Unfortunately, last year's venue wasn't an option, so it was narrowed down to 2 locations that could accommodate all of us. And last year, again, considering looking at last year's survey results, the employees kind of made it clear they really enjoyed the seating and the comfortable seats. So this year's venue is going to be at the AMC Theater that was chosen. So the proposed agenda is attached as well. Just kind of highlight a few things on there. The vision and theme for the day is everyone leads. And some points to consider is there's basically activities from 7:45 to 4 p.m., some optional and some mandatory. The 7:45 arrival is optional, which will include a continental breakfast and coffee will be served. The morning session begins at 8 a.m. and includes the keynote speaker, KLC leadership. And there is some material in the packet as well about their presentation. Employees asked also per the survey results, they asked for a greater focus on celebrating employees and their tenure. So we expanded that section, are planning to spend more time recognizing employees. Lunch is optional, but it is provided by Riley County. And again, in the AMC contract, you kind of see, I think it's kind of burger and fries, chicken sandwich, those sort of things. So the team building session will be decided at the department head level. We facilitated various opportunities for the departments to choose from. However, it is department's choice to create their own activity, and that's also acceptable as well. We discussed these activities being specific to the needs of the department and their team growth for learning, team building, or resolving, internal stressors. I think Elizabeth kind of mentioned department's head had expressed they've seen the value of these sessions. So also in the packet is a proposed budget. The cost per employee expected to be in attendance is $63.98, which is slightly less than last year's cost per employee of the $64.82. The 2023 budget includes the speakers for the breakout sessions that employees can choose from, again, depending on which topics they're interested in most. The venue, location, food refreshments, service awards, the team building activities, and again, the keynote digital materials. It's kind of worth noting the keynote speaker and their materials. Physically, there's purchased 100 of these books, which I'll hand out here shortly, was the cost of $2,145, which was paid out of 22's budget. So again, the maximum cost for 23 will be $15,995, which is included in the general fund approved budget for 2023. So again, recommendation is for the commissioners to approve the agenda and budget for the 2023 Riley County Employee Day. So any questions?
And you're all invited as well.
that one out, yeah. And Steve does have a book for each of you, and then, like he said, we have 100 physical copies, and then we also have 100 digital copies. So anyone that wants to get the book, we'll be actually handing those out after your approval of the day, so that people can start reading them ahead of time.
And sharing them, yeah, I would kind of envision people sharing the physical copies if they wanted.
Yeah, looks like a good session.
Just want to be clear, part of today's motion needs to include the approval of the AMC contract.
If we could,
Or is that during your time?
well, no, well, I'm glad you asked because it just needs to be subject to final approval by a final form of the contract. I still need to talk to attorney for AMC.
So they don't need to make a motion on this?
They do not. They can approve it subject to,
Okay,
they can approve the contract subject to final negotiation of the contract.
So they don't need to sign it, but we would like them to approve it.
Right.
okay.
You said it so much better than I did.
Just want to make sure I understood.
Commissioner would rather have a digital copy of the.
Yes,
That's
good point.
true, yeah.
Good point. If you have a Kindle or,
Hand those out to them, Steve.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Say if you want to do.
yeah, would you, if you'd rather have a digital, I can easily get that too. Just let us know.
Both.
Both. Increasing budgets.
We already did anyway.
Prefer books.
Well, I do too, but
do
you know, if I wanted to send it to somebody who I think it could help, is that appropriate?
Maybe.
Okay.
I hope it didn't.
I'm just impressed with the Kansas Leadership Center.
Yes,
Mhm.
and so, and it was in the paperwork, but the author, co-author, and the co-founder of the KLC will be the speaker. So they'll talk about this idea of everyone in our organization leading.
I don't have, you
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think it sounds like a really good thing.
Yeah, appreciate all you guys' work on that. too.
know.
Except the numbers on the contract don't match any of the numbers in the budget.
The numbers on the contract for
Yeah.
the AMC.
So they had to pull out, it includes the food. And they have 2 theaters and we're renting 2 spaces so we can have the breakout session for part of the time. So the food in the morning, we're going to provide. And then the beverage and the lunch session, they will provide, and that's included in the space rental on the contract. As well as like mentioned as like VIP concessions in 2
Oh, okay.
spots.
Yeah.
So I
I
had,
guess the
I grouped
numbers all didn't
food,
quite line up, but
yeah,
weren't far, some didn't.
I grouped them by type, so we're spending this much on food and this much on the
Oh.
venue itself. But then the contract reflects the entire amount we're paying to EMC.
I'm not placing it, but there we go. But we'll have another local provider for the breakfast food, and we'll have another local provider for the cookies.
We didn't forget the cookies.
Around here, that's gonna be a tough choice.
So the food will be in the first part of the theater. The
Lobby area.
Lobby area.
I don't know, I feel like we'll be eating in the seats. They serve people in the seats. So imagine you get up and you get, people have the opportunity to make a menu choice beforehand, so they can choose their burger or chicken sandwich or what have you. And then they'll probably go pick up kind of a box, and then they can sit in the theaters to eat.
Okay.
Because they don't really have enough
Sense
space
in
in
the
the lobby.
so.
Yeah, there isn't seating yet, so. And the bar will not be open.
Never mind, I can't.
But the soda machine is open, and you can get as much soda as you like.
She's making fun of me.
No, that was an actual comment, and that's been here, that's been a real comment on the employee day survey every year, that people wanted the kind of pop that they'd like to have.
Yeah.
That's not just you, it's everybody.
So everybody.
And the
gets a cup.
diabetes to follow it.
They Coke Zero.
Science, it didn't take Elizabeth long to ignore your walk.
That's what's really discouraging about it.
I didn't know, almost as much as they love jeans.
I was the one who brought it up and said, if I have to walk by that soda machine thirsty all day, I would be cranky. You know, you have a cup, you can drink it. And
We've got cookies, we've got soda, we've got the important things laid out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rich sometimes disciplines, it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Very well.
That's two.
Any other questions? Looks good. I think it's gonna be a fun day.
Okay. Nothing else? No other comments? Not adding something else in there, energy drinks,
Oh, energy drinks.
pumpkin spice lattes, you know it's October.
I'm trying to think who is it? Would that be you, Nancy? Would you like that?
What,
And then pumpkin spice latte. I'm trying to think who would go for that.
You just spent
Nah.
the whole day of pumpkin spice leadership.
Hey, the ideas
Oh,
are
boy,
really
where
starting to go
did
down.
I'm really the problem.
Okay, well, before we dig the hole deeper here, I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda and budget for the 2023 Riley County Employee Day and the contract pending any, I guess anything further for the venue of AMC Theater.
No, second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda and budget for the 2023 Riley County Employee Day, plus the proposed contract pending changes. All in favor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next commissioner, yeah, Mr. Bowler at 9:15.
Go from cookies to snacks to weeds. Perhaps that should be reversed.
Exactly. So you're cold, right?
Everything's legal.
I got friends from Colorado, that's all.
I know, right? That's a pot. Well, I bet you didn't tell me the pot thing for that.
So that's kind of.
Michael, how you doing?
I'm sorry to hear about.
Oh, yeah, bad deal. No one's hurt though, so.
I know. I wish I could run ahead. Don't want to stay here for Noxious week.
Oh, I'll hear you on the Zoom. I'll pay attention. Have you listened to all the line? You're gonna give us this whole correction?
Yeah, well, there is. Yeah.
I'll pay attention.
Brittany, so you know there is a craft coffee over there. If you drink coffee, you might want to help
you.
yourself.
Yeah.
No, that's that one. I know. Good shots in basketball recruiters. I thought you'd get one of them.
Nope, can't pay him enough money.
No, focus on the guard, yeah. Yeah, I know that's what the game's all about.
Thank you. See that? Line that they got.
Yeah.
More.
Eight-man football.
Football, he's 6'8", 2.
Uh-huh.
Going into the senior year.
Right.
He's.
Imagine how big he did when he matures.
Right?
Football and all league basketball.
Yeah, did you see some of the highlights of him playing basketball?
No, I didn't.
It was pretty good. He moves good. He's blocking the ball and he's not a big guy just taking up space, you know, he's moving.
The interesting thing about that is the other 4-star lineman that we were looking at was there at the
Oh, we got
event.
one, yeah.
And he's also friends with the kid from Junction City, who's the top player in the state.
When's the kid in Memphis, so you make his decision?
I soon,
The linebacker, I thought it was mid-July now that
Yeah.
I'm talking it through. Yeah.
I saw one, might have been the other one, but July 30th.
I think that might be the kid from Junction City. Michael, starts with the B, I can't pronounce it, but
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's 40 times as unreal for that big of a young kid,
4, 5, 7 or something,
or 7 or something.
4.75.
That's a lot of beef moving quickly.
Now you gotta figure he's probably gonna put on. Probably 30 pounds or so at least.
So he's about my size there.
Close.
Okay.
A lot younger though.
Michael.
Well, good morning, commissioners. Mike Bowler with the Riley County Noxious Weed Staff Update. I know this is one of your more favorite topics of the month to discuss some noxious weeds, so we will make it as exciting as we possibly can. All roads on the county have been sprayed for musk thistle and bindweed at least one time. We'll do some follow-up spraying on bindweed. Bindweed is very resistant to drought. We have had a lot of rain as of late, but a couple of weeks ago, we were starting to get into drought conditions. Mother Nature cannot stand bare ground. She does not care about your Kentucky fescue in your front yard or along the city right away. And so you will see a lot of little white flowers in the city. We're not having an explosion of bindweed. It's just bindweed flourishes in drought conditions. We are aware of that, working with the city to get that sprayed. But at the end of the day, Mother Nature, she likes bindweed, and it does really well in covering areas. And so she plants it in bare ground. So not having an explosion of it, but you will see some bindweed this time of year, especially as temperatures rise. Bare ground work on all county-owned property and signs and guardrails has been completed. Our contracts for townships have been completed as well. We had 6 townships. We will be doing some spot spraying for them as the year progresses. KDOT contract has begun. We've got a few sprays, truckloads out on state roads, and then of course their budget season begins on July 1st, and so we have to stop for a while until they approve their budget. And then we continue spraying for the state. So we will be spraying for some Johnson grass on KDOT property here shortly. First round of mowing on county roads it says nearly complete. It is complete as of yesterday. So we are really ahead of schedule. Generally July 15th is when we complete that, and the credit goes to the operators on that. And frankly, the 10-hour shifts has helped us out the last couple of years. We've just been further and further ahead on mowing with that. So it's been a great program for us to get that mowing done a little quicker on that. So I'm happy about that. So we'll be starting the second round already. So very ahead of schedule on mowing. So pleased to report that. We do have cost share chemical and sprayers available. Musk thistle is fairly prominent this year. It has bolted and is going to seed here real soon. I have had to get out on a couple of property owners. Everybody probably has a little bit of musk thistle this year. Mother Nature decides these things. And this year she liked the color purple.
Nothing wrong with that.
And so there is a little bit of that. We have had some property owners that have needed to be gently persuaded in the right direction to get that issue taken care of. But just want to remind everybody that we do have chemical for that. And finally, on the noxious weed side, we did generate almost $27,000 on our auction of used equipment, and kind of a promise fulfilled when the county commission approved me for a new tractor of a little over $100,000. I did say at that time we had an ace in the hole or a tractor that we were going to sell, and I'm happy to say we got a little over $20,000 on that tractor that'll go towards that. And I did want to highlight that just for a minute as well, because some folks, when we go to buy an initial tractor, there's a pretty good expense in that. And some people question, well, maybe leasing. Well, in this particular case, we pay just you can't fact check me completely on these numbers, but a little over $65,000 on that tractor, and we used it almost 6 years, and it only cost us about $40,000 to do that. By way of comparison, if you lease the same tractor, you'd be looking at $20,000 to $25,000 a year to lease it. So as we move forward and buy these things, it's just a nice real world example of how buying the equipment outright, even new, where there's an additional expense, it really saves the county quite a bit in the long run to do that. So that's just kind of a real world example of that I thought I would share. On the HHW side, we are doing a clean out, Howie's recycling clean out, Saturday, July 8th. No business waste at that, please. And then we do have recycled latex paint, a lot of other products that are just coming off the shelf pretty quickly here in the spring and summer. People are getting all their painting done, so that's been popular again. And a reminder, we keep carts out 24/7 to drop off material. So I like to say our HHW is never closed, so that's been a good benefit as well. And then finally, I will be attending the 2023 CWDAK Summer Conference that is being held in Colby this year, and I've been told to bring my own shotgun. So apparently there's going to be some skeet shooting. They've clarified on that, so I don't know if I'll be bringing my own shotgun or not.
But
And
you're
then-
gonna shoot noxious weeds now.
Yeah, that's Colby. They do things a little different out in Western Kansas. Apparently shotguns are going to be involved this year. And finally, last month I discussed poison hemlock, and there was a resident over on the west side of town that actually planted some poison hemlock. Like it.
What?
And well, they were mowing around it, and those big plants you see there are poison hemlock. Of course, that's a playground in the background. And then to the right, there's also Johnson grass growing there. So they've kind of covered a noxious weed and then a very toxic plant in poison hemlock. I did contact this property owner right after I took this photograph, and I cut that down. But you had inquired and I had talked about poison hemlock, and I wanted to share a photo. In this particular case, it's already gone to bloom. The plant is going dormant. So you don't see the prominent white flowers, but up on the top of that plant, you normally see white flowers here a couple of weeks ago. And so you'd see that in the ditch, but that's poison hemlock, and it is toxic, very toxic to humans and animals. And this was right along the walkway of Amherst. And so contacted that family and let them know I'd be getting out the machete and taking that stuff down. So.
Now, those green plants, what is that?
Well, there's some prickly lettuce in there.
The
But
spiked ones.
yeah, that's what's called prickly lettuce. Very common. It's indigenous to Kansas. Mother Nature likes to plant that prickly lettuce on dirt piles and stuff. You'll see that. It's a pretty common plant. That and Spanish nettles, very similar looking plant. I don't think there's Spanish nettles in there, but the little grass that you see growing to the right is a juvenile Johnson grass plant that will get almost 6 foot tall and then go to a nice seed head. And that is in the process of blooming right now. That'll be our next noxious weed plant that I'll have to get off property owners as it becomes more and more prominent. People say, well, oh my gosh, there it is. As these plants get tall, they get noticed. And so Johnson grass is just about the adolescent stage right now. It's about 2.5, 3 foot tall. It'll get up to 6 foot, 7 foot tall. But I kind of smiled when I drove by that. Thought I'd take a picture just to share with the commission. And with that, commissioners, that is my staff update. I promised it would be quick and.
That's Johnson grass, that's, I mean, almost looks like a corn spot. I mean, it's a huge.
It can, there's the sorghum grass that looks a little bit more like, well, frankly, sorghum. It's got a thinner stalk, but it's got a very symmetric seed head. The seeds will grow in almost a perfect pyramid and they'll be stacked. Johnson grass is very common in Oklahoma. In fact, they said if it wasn't for Johnson grass, there'd be nothing green in Oklahoma. Cattle will feed on Johnson grass until it matures, and then it will get tannins in it, which is it's not very palatable to cattle. But in its early stages, they will eat it. So in Oklahoma, they're like, well, there's benefit to it. There's also another grass that I know the commission's heard a lot about, and that's Caucasian blue stem, which is kind of taken over some of our prairies. The problem with Caucasian blue stem is it is a grass, so we don't have a selective herbicide to treat it. And frankly, there is some decent nutritional value to Caucasian blue stem. So there's been some talk about maybe moving that to a noxious weed, but you can imagine if I went to a rancher and told them that they need to kill all their feed for their cattle for at least a year, maybe 2 years, what that would go look like. It's just not, it's not an easy solution, but Caucasian blue stem is a lot like a blue stem natural grass that you'll see occurring, but it gets a really white fluffy seed head on it. and that's why Caucasian, it's kind of a bright white out.
There's like that, little two little patches up. And then spray, you know, they're not spreading. Look, I'm guessing it's Johnson grass or something like that. 'Cause it's a heavy duty stuff. And I've
Yeah.
sprayed it. It's not spreading, but I can't get rid of it completely.
Yeah, well, that's the frustrating, it's certainly the frustrating part where the grasses are considered nuisance because we have, 2,4-D is a selective herbicide that will attack broadleaf plants, but when you want good grass and you're trying to kill bad grass, it's
Just
something
round
that
up the only thing that'll.
it will. Roundup or Plateau is what we use to treat Johnson grass. And when you spray Johnson grass or any plant with Roundup, you have to make sure you get the concentration correct. If you spray it to what I call too hot or too much, it won't take it down to the root and you'll just burn off the top of the grass and you won't actually have solved anything. So it's got to be the right amount of glyphosate.
I'm trying to drown it.
Yes,
That's not working.
Don't feel bad. Everybody does that. They want to see death in the plant in 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're seeing, some kind of deterioration in the plant 24 hours, you've likely done it wrong. You want a slow kill with plants. They have to take it down to the root. If you're not taking it down to the root,
Just kill it off the top.
plants are smarter than we give them credit for. They're designed to survive and they will do everything to survive. And so they'll give up. It's kind of like life over limb. If you're in a car accident, they'll take your arm to save your life. A plant's the same way. It'll sacrifice a lot of it to save us. So yeah. Pretty remarkable, really. Okay,
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Next commission, I'm Amber's at 9:30. Yeah, good.
That's it. A part of it. I saw. That's not me. I hold on.
The helpful thing, I mean, getting the right way of everything. Now, gotta go back to. That's the.
Maybe what you once would have heard back. And see if it's Sunday, it doesn't
Yeah.
pop
it
up
does.
notices, it doesn't show notices with that on my phone.
Oh,
I
really?
noticed when I get a voice note, I got one pop up on Sunday. Oh, one of them's from Friday, one of them from Saturday. They didn't show up. on Sunday.
I have to get the email, I don't know, why did you? Well, Sunday, do I need to get back to you?
Yeah, we've already got hurricane that we popped in.
Ready, commissioners?
Yeah, yeah.
Morning, Commissioners, Anna Burson, Raleigh County Appraiser. I'm here with the monthly staff update out of the appraiser's office. Personal property, we're working on our project of moving all of our manufactured homes into our Orion system out of contact. We are trying to work with contact to ensure we get all the necessary information to proceed. We, the small claims appeal on the 72 manufactured homes was completed, however, due to a docketing error, it was originally dismissed due to lack of jurisdiction. After a conversation with the Board of Tax Appeals, it was determined each manufactured home needed to be separately docketed. And so they are redocketing the 72, and it will be heard likely sometime in September. We are also currently training new staff and are excited to announce that the personal property department will be fully staffed, hopefully effective July 10th. It's been a little bit, so we are excited to have that department fully staffed. Our agricultural, we're still continuing through the sales validation process and ag use review. On the residential side, sales validation and annual review are continuing, as mentioned during the last Monday's press conference. We are also currently have about 4 residential small claims hearings relating to the 2023 value. 2 are scheduled. One has a hearing to determine the jurisdiction and the other is not yet scheduled. The other outstanding appeals are the 9 parcels that one property owner, which are the vacant lots and a residential parcel without a dwelling that are going to the full board. Again, they are also docketed and not scheduled. There have been 493 sales recorded, of which 436 are residential properties. Both numbers are going to be up over last month's update. The median sale price is still sitting close to last month at $225,625, and our current sales ratio is around 96%. We have 171 permits. Of those 171, 27 of those are new dwellings. And we are just under 20% complete on our annual review currently, but that figure does not reflect all of the digital review that was completed already. But we just need to update photos and add our sign-off inspections. The commercial department, again, I've attached the BOTA list with several new BOTA cases relating to the 2023 valuation. Just to quickly touch on that, the list has over 90, but it only covers approximately 30 separate property owners. And so, yes, there's a lot. And that number definitely increased over the last year. But again, if you also look at the schedule, we only have 2 dates scheduled. Everything else is to be announced. And so continued, you see that kind of on the regular, and a lot of that, I mean, all of that is out of our control. So then our analyst is working again to prepare the documentation for the Board of Tax Appeal hearings, which are going to be scheduled in Topeka. And they're working through annual review and sales. There's currently 10 sales relating to commercial and exempt properties. And they're almost complete with their neighborhood and land analysis. Some additional information. At the intergovernmental luncheon on the 26th of June, I did present on the appraisal process and important things all agencies in our local government need to be aware of. I had a meeting with the city of Manhattan on the 27th to discuss tax abates. That meeting led to a more in-depth discussion on exemptions. And we can have further conversation about that if you want more information in private on that. We've been working closely with IT and GIS in the last few months with a couple different projects. Our storm damage assessment project, as I mentioned last update, Steve Shirley's really kind of taking the lead on that, but there's been a lot of just working together. Our Orion test site, when we're going to be looking at different ways of doing some things, we want to test that out first. And so we have a live site and then we also have our test site. Hopefully next week, everything will be up and functional like we have been working towards, as well as ESRI tools and appraisal technology. As technology continues to advance, there are more and more things that the mapping systems can do. And so Jake is taking the lead and exploring some of those appraisal functionalities with the data we already have, just implementing it into those tools, and we'll see what we can do from there. Staffing currently, later on, we will be making a request to refill an open position. And we've completed all of our final statutory compliance reports for the state on the 2023. Again, exemptions are one of the challenges that we are working through. So a lot of different things relating to that in the last few months, specifically. A lot of things out of the control of the appraiser's office, just trying to get those applications in as quickly as we can, especially when we're in our budgeting timeframe. But that's all I have, unless you have any particular questions about anything from the update.
All those voter ones keep continued. That's not us, that's the other side.
That's correct. Yeah, we had Home Depot scheduled and it was extremely disappointing. Right before their data was due to us, they requested continuance. And then we got notification that it was granted. So they didn't submit their presentation that they're required to submit. So yeah, it's completely out of our control. You know, our attorney tries to do what we can to get these things going, but the Board of Tax
They
Appeals.
think because of the interest, they hope they try to drive. Is there something?
There's no
we need
law.
State legislators to get involved to pass some kind of a law to say.
I really think that's what it would come down to, considering some of these are 2019 and they continue to get continued. And that's not at the fault of the county. So when a continuance is requested, I mean, if legislation can put a stop to interest at that point, you know, it's initially scheduled for this day. If you request a continuance, you're not going to get interest payments beyond that. I mean, really, I think it's going to take legislation to stop
Talk to
it.
the legislators about doing something, because it's
It's,
just, I say that they're intentionally dragging them out as long as they can.
that's the unfortunate piece of that.
Which costs us money,
It
because
does.
you're ready for it, and then they put it
does.
aside and get ready for this one. Don't know enough.
Staff time, our staff gets prepared, puts everything together, submits it to the other party like we're supposed to. We get all of our evidence and then we're continued and we're going through the cycle again, and then staff is preparing again.
Can you track and put a dollar amount on, even somewhat of a guesstimate?
I can talk to Steve and see if we can get a ballpark idea of, you know, just the continued expense that
That would be really beneficial, and kind of put together where we're at on interest on all this.
Yeah, that I would have to get with, without knowing the decision, we would never know. I mean, we could anticipate if they diced the value in half, what we would be looking at in interest. But that I could check with Shiloh and see if there's a way we can come up with a ballpark
You
calculation.
can sit there and complain to the legislators all you want, but if you don't have some kind of data or numbers to back it up, it's
Sure.
hard to sell.
Okay.
And I think some of the legislators don't even realize that
No.
they're being charged interest and what that can amount to.
Exactly. I mean, when you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I don't think we have to have it down to the penny, but we need it in a
ballpark.
ballpark.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That'll,
Sure.
And the angle on that with the legislators and the taxpayers is the outside counsel, because we pay Mike Montoya good money.
Yeah.
And we pay interest on top of that, and it's coming from the county, but it's ultimately coming from the taxpayers.
correct.
This is an increased cost on the taxpayers, not to the county.
No.
We have to get our revenue from the taxpayers. That's who it's hindering. Instead, these big companies get the benefit of it.
And it's.
At the smaller companies and the smaller
and it's-
property owners' expense.
It's not even
Property
just the-
owners, single parent property owners.
Correct.
It's not just the interest that ends up costing the property owners though, because like we had a case prepared before I started for Home Depot. They were scheduled to hear 2 years at the Board of Tax Appeals. We were prepared, we had expert witnesses that we had to pay thousands to be there to testify. And they decided that day to hear 1 year, where it was scheduled for 2. And so again, outside of our control, but then if we're having to hear the same, basically now we got 4 years outstanding. If we have to go back 4 different times and get those expert witnesses to come down on 4 different occasions, that expense adds up.
I think it'd be good if the commissioners would allow to have Anna get not only that, but expert witness costs, outside counsel costs,
Right,
because
costs.
that is the true hard cost to the taxpayers.
Right. Yeah, it's not just shifting the tax amount to them, it's all the interest and costs on top of
No,
that.
it's actually creating an additional tax burden. It's not
Yeah.
a shift.
We try to budget for what we can of what the appraisal service expenses are gonna be, but as they
Okay.
continue to push these. There's no way to accurately predict how much.
They're not getting any of them done.
No.
That's the problem. I mean, it's not like it's not like we're working in 21 or 22. I mean, these cases go back pre-COVID. So you can't even use the pandemic as an excuse
Right.
at this point in time. And I know that they were down to people of the board at some particular point in time, but they're not anymore. And it's time to get this stuff done.
Right, the only thing we've been able to remove from this list are ones that we
Right.
have worked with. The opposing council
Settled, yeah.
came to reasonable decisions on, but other than that, it's just, I mean, I've been here over a year and there's not been one yet.
No.
That we've been able to go and get heard. So we're at the mercy unfortunately of the board and that's.
I think it was 6 or 8 months even before that, before we had last heard the Home
Home
Depot
Depot.
case.
Yeah, it was months before I started when that first Home Depot case, and that case is still in the air because of the decision out of Johnson, so. We just are waiting. So, any other questions for me, commissioners?
No.
Well, thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Thanks, Anna. Next commissioner, Russell Stuckey at 9:45.
Same thing is happening on the judicial side. No, they're just not moving on anything and there's hard costs there too with keeping inmates and.
That is for sure. You're fine. You're fine.
Ready? Okay, it's 9:45.
Morning, Commissioners, Russell Stuckey, Emergency Services Director for Fire and Emergency Management. And I have my monthly staff time report for you. Some of the highlights that I will point out are we did put in for 2 different LSSE grants, which that's local safety and security equipment. So we put in for one on the emergency management side, for amateur radio operator equipment to improve the network for the amateur radio operators to communicate during the storm spotting operation. And on the fire side, we put in for one for a package of wildland firefighting equipment. It'd be a trailer, an ATV, hand tools, power tools, like leaf blowers and chainsaws and rakes and shovels and a trailer to haul it all, so that when we have to deploy hand crews out into the thicker areas, the more hard to reach areas that a full-size pickup can't get into, the crews won't have to walk as far and carry equipment down into the ravines and up the hills and through the trees, and we'll see if we're successful on those grants. Those are through the governor's grant office. I think it's basically leftover CARES and COVID monies that they have that they're granting out. So we'll see if we're successful on those. Monitor different weather events. Luckily, to date, knock on wood, we haven't had any significant damage, and Mother Nature's thankfully keeping it relatively moist, considering where we could be, and not having too many incidences. Again, knock on wood, of grass fires and hay baler fires and such as we could have that stayed hot and dry. We did have a fire 4th of July night, a structure fire where I'll put the public service announcement that when you shoot off fireworks, don't put them in a trash can and put them back in your garage after you shot them off. Leave them out in the yard overnight. You can put them in a trash can, but leave them out in the yard. Don't take them into the building. They knew the wind was getting ready to come up and they didn't want them blown all over the yard, and I understand that, but now there's a
Yard's easier to replace than a house.
yeah, there's a house between Leonardville and Randolph that no longer has a garage and has, luckily the crews did a fabulous job and they were able to stop it before it burned up the house. But they have a lot of damage. 3 vehicles were burned up along with the garage. There was multiple large toolboxes full of tools in the garage and multiple other mechanic type things, engine lifts and et cetera that were lost. So don't store spent fireworks in the building is all I can say. But I would like to, as I said, we had I think we had about 20 to 24 firefighters respond from 6 or 7 stations, and they were able to get a good knockdown and for the most part save the house. I mean, there's still damage for sure, smoke damage, but we're able to save quite a bit of the stuff in the house and nobody was hurt. So yeah, it was a bad night for them, but a good night for our people. They got to go out and help and do a good job and have success. So the other thing that I was going to mention on the emergency management side, I attended the excuse me, the hazmat and local emergency planning committee conference in Independence, Missouri. I sat in on several different sessions. It was very interesting. One that really caught my attention, and I intend to talk to Clancy some more. I've been conferring with Manhattan Fire a little bit before I do that. I sat through a session where a fire chief and a police chief gave a presentation on a battery. On a fire they had with a battery warehouse, which they didn't even know was there. It was an old shutdown paper mill that was, as far as they knew, abandoned, but a guy had bought it and he started stockpiling batteries. In this building, all different kinds of batteries, car batteries, phone batteries. Any kind of battery, I guess. I mean, standard automotive batteries and battery packs out of electric cars, all kinds of batteries. And they caught on fire. And they burned, and they burned. They ended up actually digging a moat around the building to catch the water runoff. And then just suck the water out of that trench to not waste a lot of water, so they could just keep recycling the water, but yet catch it, so they didn't have the runoff problem of polluting the stream. So they were catching the water, sucking it back out, said they had to rebuild the fire truck pump afterwards because they were sucking the rocks and everything else, but they didn't have the water runoff issues, and they were able to recycle the water essentially and not, use hundreds of thousands of gallons from the city system and just, it was interesting, but they have since, this was Morrisville, Illinois, I think is what it was. And they have since had the attorneys draw up, it's a city ordinance on battery storage. There's not a lot of those around the country yet, and so they offered that up if anybody wanted to send an email, so I got it, and so my intent is to work with Clancy and maybe come up with a county resolution to have at least some regulation on battery storage, so that we don't end up with the warehouse, who knows where in the county. And this guy's intent was, he also had a lot of solar panels in there. And his intent was to line the roof with solar panels, hook all the batteries up for storage, and then, collect solar power, store it in the batteries and sell it back to the utilities. So, and this guy was an engineer. He was an engineer, so.
Imagine that.
Well, in this ordinance that they're drawing up, do they have any provisions to charge people back for the cost of putting out fires, that type of thing?
I don't think there was a charge. I think it was its main intent was to regulate and basically
Keep it from happening.
yeah, prevention more than more pre than post. But I mean, I can
I
talk.
don't know if you can regulate something without some kind of a fine.
So,
Well, right now, if it's county, we can't really do that either. So.
yeah. So anyway, that was really that, there were several different sessions, and there was another session about electric car fires in general. And pretty much there's it's all still pretty new around the country, and there's not one set way to do it, but it sounded more and more to me on the different sources that I've listened to, that if the car is not also going to catch a house on fire, or catch the car next to it on fire, or send a smoke plume right through a neighborhood, quite frankly, we're probably better off just letting them.
I've read a bunch of stuff that once those car batteries, you can put them out, but all it does is puts out the outside, but there's still fire in the inside. And as soon as you put water on it, it'll come back.
One story I heard was New York City, the way they're dealing with it is they've contracted and had 6 or 8 containers made that the refuge department will bring out on a roll-off truck, bring it out to the scene, set it off. The fire department will fill that tank with water, and then they put the car in it and leave it there for a week, and then come back and get it later. That's how I'm told New York is handling it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Sounds inexpensive.
Yeah.
For the taxpayers.
Yeah. And because there's been many instances of tow trucks burning up because they put the car out and the tow truck came to get it and head back to the salvage yard, and it catches on fire, leaving it back there. It reignites, I should say. 2 for the price of 1. Yeah, exactly. And then not to mention they put it in the salvage yard, and then before you know it, the salvage yard is on fire. So they are going to be a thing. And right now, I think our policy is going to be, if there's not an exposure, if it's not going to catch something else on fire, we're probably just going to keep the grass or whatever on the side of the road or whatever, from burning.
Yeah, there's a big one in New York. Say They just did the electric bikes and scooters, that even just those small batteries that they had a bunch stored in the back and what I thought, you know.
Yeah, the whole store burned. Yeah.
And the only apartments above it.
And the other thing they're doing with the used car batteries, the battery packs. Is there's companies that are taking those, because I think when they get below, I don't remember the number, 60% of their. You know, original capacity when they only charge back up. So there's companies that are taking those battery packs and retrofitting them into house backup power. And so they mount them, you know, on the outside of the house or in the garage, these battery packs. And you know, and have a charger to charge them up. So when the power goes out, then they have that battery pack to charge to power the house. Well, we're gonna have the same issue with house fires. As people put those in, then we're gonna have that battery pack attached to the house. And, I'm not sure what we're gonna do with it.
So what is it inside of is it the lithium? What is
Yeah,
it that-
The metals. Mhm.
That's what
yeah,
really
the-
ignites.
Yeah, they're just next to impossible to put out because they're packed in, you know, most of those battery packs are double A size batteries. Just
A
thousands,
bunch of them.
thousands and thousands of them. In packs, packed into big packs, but it's thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of double A batteries. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, you know, back in the day, if we could have just developed that flux capacitor
Yeah.
technology, you know, could
Exactly.
have went back in time and solved another problem.
Exactly. Doug Russell Deputy Chief Doug Russell's completed his drone license, and so he can legally fly the drone. And so the way that'll help us a lot, especially on grass fires. It can be useful on a house fire too, but on a grass fire, if it's up over the hill and we'd have to drive 5 miles around to go look at it. We can just fly the drone over the hills or the fire over there. Yep, okay, yeah, we do need to get over there, but it saves us a lot of time and miles. And just knowing where the fire is and not having to trek through the trees. And, oh yeah, it's over here. We can buzz over there with the drone and find it. And that's what we got through the grant or the donation to the fire department. One that we got, we bought the drone with some of that money. So Chief Martin's working on getting his. And then we have some volunteers that are our drone pilots. So we're gonna have kind of a little 4 or 5 person drone team. Hopefully they can come out and help us and not take people off the firefighting fire, but bring other people in that can help do the drones. And the instant commander can be instant command and not be sitting there flying drone around. They can have the drone person to their side and say, hey, look at this, okay. And but stay focused on being instant command. Had a mobile command post activation for a lost person. Turned out they found him pretty quick. Had some trucks break down that were doing repairs on the ladder truck in Ogden, which is our only aerial truck, ladder truck. It broke down and it was down for I think it was 6 weeks or more because the part is holding up. The parts are getting hard to find. There was a hand-me-down from Manhattan, which we're glad to have from Manhattan, but it's aging. It's a specialty vehicle. They finally found the parts for it, but get harder and harder. We had 6 new volunteer applications, did 4 interviews, hired 2 people. And so we have currently have 10 probationary firefighters and 102 non-probationary firefighters. So keeping pretty steady on those numbers, not really losing, but not gaining a lot. I think that's the main highlights from my staff report. Do you have any questions on that? Next thing I have is we sold approximately $22,000 worth of surplus equipment at the last county auction. And we have a brush truck in University Park has a very old tank and pump on it that we would like to replace. We got 3 different quotes from manufacturers. And we would like to recommend purchasing a skid unit from Hyman Fire. equipment to replace that skid unit in Brushwood. My recommendation, motion.
So you're purchasing one with 3 quotes, one for 3 separate items that you, okay.
Yeah, we just got 3 quotes to comply with county purchasing policy, and this is the, we feel the best quote of the 3 for what we need. Yeah, just 1 unit.
Okay. Go ahead and make a motion to approve the purchase of 1 skid unit from Hyman Fire Equipment in the amount of $17,160.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the purchase of 1 skid unit from Hyman Fire Equipment in the amount of $17,160. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Commissioners. The last thing is we have dirt work folks in for the 2 fire stations, one at Ashland and one at University Park. And so we like to recommend going with the J line. Yeah, J White excavating for doing the building pad at both of those locations. Motions that I recommend that they're on.
Okay.
And those, I would also say those are max quotes. They said, he said that is the maximum it can be. It might be less depending on the material that's there on site. If he, this is if he has to haul a lot of stuff in. If he, once he gets to working, if the dirt and stuff is acceptable there on site, I think it is considerably less. And that's the other advantage of doing it this way is we don't tie them to a hard bid. They can be cheaper. Where we're just going off of it. But this will be the maximum. And this will be the first step in getting those sources actually done.
Good to see something. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna make a motion then to approve both quotes for both stations for excavating from J White Excavation.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve both quotes from J White Excavating for both fire stations. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Commissioners. Do you have any other questions for me?
Nope.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, University has money.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Amber from the Riley County Appraiser's Office, and I'm here to request a refill the Appraiser 2 residential position. A little background, the Appraiser 2 residential position became vacant on June 22nd of 2023. This position is crucial to the work of the Riley County Appraiser's Office. I am looking for an individual with at least 2 years of appraisal experience to fill the position, and I'm requesting to post and refill the position as an Appraiser 2. If we do not receive applicants with the knowledge, skills, and abilities that we are seeking as part of that Appraiser 2 position, I would request to fill the position as an Appraiser 1. This position is crucial to the Riley County Appraiser's Office, so the sales volume and continued growth of Riley County being fully staffed is imperative. And again, I am requesting permission to post and refill this position as soon as possible. The updated position descriptions are attached for your review. I included both the Appraiser 2 and the Appraiser 1. And my recommendation is to post and refill the position at the earliest opportunity. Any questions for me?
Thought and observation. You know, as I was kind of reviewing this and we're kind of reviewing all these kind of frontline customer service positions, but it's a struggle it's a continuous struggle to understand why we're at this point. Not just your office, but several different ones. You said it became vacant. Why did it become vacant? And was it a resignation? Was it?
There's certain situations on personal matter that we can discuss in the executive session.
I understand that, but at some point in time, we need to start kind of knowing what those are, so we know how to develop some kind of strategy moving forward. That's the conclusion I came to, and I don't know.
And if you want, we can schedule the executive session or add one to the specific matters of this vacancy.
Okay,
If you want to do that.
This particular position itself, sorry, I didn't interrupt you. It's not like a front, it's not like your most of your office type
Right.
positions. This is a field appraisal
Right.
position. There's a lot of training that's going into these.
but we've had several of these kind of transition,
On the residential side,
just in general, just
Okay.
appraiser in general, regardless if it's commercial or residential. And
residential,
I'm just trying to make
Sure.
sense of where we're at and why, so
okay,
I can plan accordingly if that makes sense.
It would probably help you understand more if we discuss the matter.
Okay.
Than with you that.
Okay. Or, you know, if you don't want to do an executive session, maybe that's just a me thing, and
And I
you can just discuss it with me privately, and that's fine too.
I think it's good for all of us to hear.
I don't even know what's.
I think we kind of reached a point in several different offices where certain positions are just transitioning faster, and it's kind of a red flag for me, and I really like to have some more in-depth information as to where we're at and why, so we can plan accordingly, basically.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you said it's broad, you know, not just the appraiser, it's each personnel situation is individually and self-different. This one's a very unique situation, and so, but regardless of the unique situations, as you know, people just aren't staying in positions as long as they used to. There's a lot of transition, and so statistically, and I think Elizabeth's got some of the stats later in her presentation, is we're doing a lot better than we were a year ago on positions. And so we're gradually getting there. And I think things are starting to settle out to what's going to be what I call the new norm post-COVID pandemic. I don't think we're going to get back to where we were, but the new norm, and a lot of it's because there are fewer people working a lot is because of the baby boomers, I believe, but there's other circumstances as well. Each and every one's individual. I had a much bigger concern about this type of topic last year than this year. We're doing a lot better than we are. As she said, you know, how her office is in particular, but all of us are doing much better off right now.
Well, I'm
But
just,
they're each individual, and as we strategically talk about, you know, what we can do to attract and retain, and it's gonna be a later topic. That's all part of it. That come from the employees. You know, that was a survey we did to the employees. So I mean, timely bring that up because those are things to consider. Not we have to do, there's other things to consider that can be done too, but it's all part of it.
I think one of the trends, I guess I'm gonna say, I don't want to say fad, because fad indicates something good, it's really good. But, you know, we're at a point too where we're taking, for instance, an appraiser 2, and we're having to reevaluate whether we keep it at a 2 or we move it to a 1. We've had several departments where we've had to kind of jump back down instead of staying where we're at, and that's a trend and a red flag for me too. And I understand it's nothing that we're doing internally. I want to clarify that, but
if we
I'm
can't,
not understanding why we're there.
if we can't hire in for an appraiser 2, which means there are certain education requirements they have to meet. If they don't have that education or that experience, I can't bring them in as a 2 without it. So my only option then is to bring them in as a 1 and train them. And so we wouldn't want to hire someone in a 2 position and pay them as a 2 when they're missing all of that education, which is part of why we ended up creating the 1 position. We had 2 and 3, but we never had a 1.
And as they meet the qualifications of the
Right.
2,
Then
then
they
they're
promote.
transferred into the 2. I mean, our idea would be to find something with
Right.
those qualifications and hire them.
We've got several positions right now that are still open, or maybe we've hired somebody in a one, but we really are needing a
We
two.
really would need a two, yeah,
Right.
but we can't hire if they don't meet the minimum
Gotcha.
qualifications.
But this isn't happening just in the appraisers department.
It
We've
happened.
had a similar situation in planning and development and public works, and I see a trend there is what I'm trying to say.
And the requirements of people and like the education requirements and all of that, it's becoming less available because people are going other options, gaining more experience in the education. And right now we do have that education. We're also looking at the options of the trends of what is keeping employees, what is making them go to your organization, what is making them want to stay with your organization. And so those are the things we're coming up with and presenting to you guys as options of what we see working throughout the country in government, private, everywhere. So.
As you know, I brought this up because when Amanda, we said we'd have to go out with someone with lesser qualifications, and that's what I've, told the commissioners the direction I think we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to start doing a more build your own, and so I don't see any red flags because of this. It's what we've been seeing for.
I'm not saying having to jump down. I'm just saying the red flag for me is we're seeing, we've got a level, we've got expectations, and we're going below that expectation. That's the red flag. I know we got to do it.
No, it's not.
I'm trying to understand what those trends are, so I can better make policy and fiscal decisions based off of that moving forward. And I'm really not aware of what that is at this point in time.
So that's exactly what I've said the trend is. Those that have the qualifications that we could have been in that situation with budget and finance. That's what I told commissioners and I talked to someone about that. You don't have the qualifications, but I think we can get you there. Would you be willing to come on? And then we'd come to the board and said, we need to reduce the pay because they don't quite have the qualifications. They're going to move into it. We've done this for decades in the county. We did this with our previous HR director, previous accounts payable people. It's what I call grow your own. And so to me, it's not a red flag that we're reducing. It's based on what's out there. And I just said, there's less and less people out
And-
there.
Like I say, it's a fact. It's not, if there's not people out there to hire, you can't create them. Unless you have to grow your own.
Right.
Yeah.
And to go off of that, like Amanda's position, perfect example, we did not have one single candidate that was qualified. Well, we did, but they weren't a US citizen. And so there was of all, and we received 65 applications, none of them had the qualifications. So, I mean, there was the workforce for it, and that's why we had to go with the lesser position, but no one had the qualifications for it. And we went, statewide, regional, we went everywhere to try to find it. Even out of state, we went. There was just not people with those qualifications.
And we saw the same thing with our personal property position. When you have somebody in a position for 10, 15, 17 years that leaves, to get that knowledge, skills and abilities to come back in, it's just not. They're just not out there as readily. A lot of times you have to start at that entry level, train them and get them to that 2 and 3 level.
That we move on.
Okay. Go ahead and make a motion then to approve the posting and refilling of the appraiser 2 residential position as an appraiser 2 or 1.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to post and refill the appraiser 2 residential position is either an appraiser 2 or 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And then will you reach out?
If
to
you want
schedule-
further information on that or to set up an executive session, just let us know when we're available.
Well, that's,
I think that's what they wanted.
okay.
The executive session.
I need to at least have a conversation so I know where I'm at. If nobody else does, I understand that. That's fine if we do. Yeah.
Next, Mr.
Speaking of executive sessions, speaking.
Full 15.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I was busy typing
Looking
here.
up there.
Busy typing
All
here.
right, you are live again with audio.
Okay.
After that brief intermission.
Yeah,
We now return to our regular program.
for a very short brief time. Did you have anything else before?
No.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move the county commission, including Chairwoman Pokey, Vice Chairman Ford, and Commissioner McKinley, recess into executive session on potential litigation for the purpose of consultation with Deputy County Counselor Shelley Woodard and Deputy County Counselor Craig Cox, maybe. Attorneys
be
for the
here.
commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and the open meeting to resume in the commission chamber at 10:30 a.m.
Second.
We have moved and seconded to adjourn to hold an executive session until 10:30. All in favor?
Thank you.
All right, you guys are live again.
I'll move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that the board come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with consensus reached in executive session.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded that consensus was reached during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bid opening, commissioners. Yeah. Welcome.
Evan, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so we have bid openings for trash services. Are you ready? Watch out.
Violence over here.
Tough one. Okay, the first one. Rodeo County Trash Services for 2023.
Which service?
Trash at Raleigh County Trash Services.
Howie's or waste management?
Oh, I'm trying to find it. Howie's Enterprises. There's a bond here. So. Okay, bid total of price per month. $2,227.90. Price per year. $26,734.80.
Say that again, 26,000.
26,734.80.
First page, now it's enterprises. The price per month. $2,227.90. The price per year, $26,734.80. Yep.
Great, backing up.
Yes.
Does.
Okay, we can find it. Hold on. Is it- Okay. Scissors.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Okay, this is from Waste Management.
Right there at the very bottom.
Okay. Good heavens, I don't think I've ever seen a book like this before. Okay, proposal from Waste Management, bid total price per month, $2,608. Price per year, $31,296.
There's bond with that.
Yeah, there's bond and liability and. Awesome. Balance sheets.
Right, yeah, this is for waste management. Price per month, $2,608. Price per year, $31,296.
Okay. All right. So those are all the things we received.
Correct.
If there's anything else, I'll make a motion that we send the bids back to staff for further analysis, examination, and recommendation.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to send the bids back to staff for further recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner, next, you will have Elizabeth with Cortland Merit and new positions, and then expanded positions, and we'll start. Then county counselor, and then new positions, and human resource positions, and then we'll start the budget. So a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm not involved in something. Yeah. Haven't seen
So.
Good friend.
it. Yeah, I guess so, that's good.
It's fine.
Elizabeth. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resources Director. And the first thing that I wanted to discuss this morning is the 2024 cost of living. And just have some information that I think can be relevant to your thought process. I wanted to talk a little bit about how we got where we're at. So you guys are aware, and you remember that we had the salary study implemented in 2022 and 2023. We had two phases. We had that original 10.5%, and then for the 2023 budget, we also implemented the effects of the salary study. This image here is about where we tried to get, right? Where we tried to get to the market value of comparable jobs. And so you all did the hard work, and we got us to where we needed to be for the market value of our jobs so that we were comparable to the other positions in our community that would potentially employ these same employees that we're looking for and can keep. Historically, Riley County, and per our policy, has used the CPI-U Midwest for over 10 years to determine our proposal for the COLA. So that's again what we've done this year. That was basically in the past, the commissioners found it to be the most objective number to measure inflation. The salary survey implemented in 22 fundamentally relies on cost of living adjustment to remain competitive. And so we did a lot of hard work to get our salaries up to that competitive market. And as inflation affects the salaries, and we need to consider COLA in order to remain competitive, that affects all of our positions. So obviously the integrity of the salary study is involved in COLA. Remember, one of the things I think is unique and challenging is that implementation of COLA takes place 2 years after the inflation stops. So we use the end of 2022 inflation to determine the COLA proposal for 2024. And so that COLA, it represents the inflation that our employees have already experienced with the devaluation of their dollar. And here's kind of where we're sitting with that. So the policy is the CPI-U Midwest. That at the end of December of 22 was 8%. Here's the historical document. You guys have seen this before. So you can see the different years that we've had where 22 ends at 8% with the annualized rate. And then I know we also have had conversations about the first half of 2023. So in looking at that, if we would annualize the first half of 2023 at 7.06. So the actual current effect on our employees' paycheck by today is 15.06%. And again, I'm not suggesting that we change our policy. You are the only ones that would be able to do that. So we have 8% as our policy, but just interesting to keep an eye on that. Here is a little bit of history, and I think that we saw something similar in a previous proposal where what we've done, and I didn't go back the full 10 years, but I went back to 2018 to give us some reference. And so you can see that the COLA in 18 was a negative 0.5%, and then 1.7, 1.9. Those are the things that we're used to seeing. Those are the historically what we've been accustomed to seeing. So I brought this up to point out that we have been consistent. Fortunately for us, the inflation hasn't been that high previously. Unfortunately for us now in 2024, this is what we're experiencing from 2022. All right. So this I also think is important for you all to understand. I think there was a conversation similar to this or related to this in the last request to fill a position, but the work that you did has had a significant impact. Getting our salary up to market's value has made an impact on our employees. So in 2022, when I talked to you at mid-year, we were projected to have 92 openings. That average salary that year was $49,253. The turnover was 22%. And our estimated cost, and remember, we did talk about that's a very, very difficult number to come to. So we use the SHRM national number, which is about between 1.5 and 2 times the annual salary. We use the 1.5 to go on the lower side. So our estimated cost of turnover was 4.5. This year, same mid-year time frame, we're projected to have 64 openings. That's a significant difference when you are talking about between 270 and 280 total employees, regular employees. The average salary this year is $52,979. So you can see a significant difference there. And our turnover has gone down 5%. And maybe, I don't want to assume, but some people working outside of HR might not think that 5%
is a significant impact, it is extremely difficult to affect your turnover by that amount in less than a year. So I do want to point out that what you've done and the work you've approved has made a difference on us. So that goes back to the proposal then. So the proposal that I'm bringing you today is an average increase merit. So what we used to call step, but the merit increase for the work that you've done in your position and your tenure is 2.14%. The dollar impact is $443,000. COLA proposal, again, using that CPIU Midwest is 8%. Total dollar impact, 2.6 million. You see the numbers there. And then the 2024 personnel budget. So all of our personnel budget is 30,145. I did attach, and I'm not sure you could see it. I'm sure you saw it in your packets. This is the pay scale as it would look with the 8% COLA. So you can see the ranges and the positions of where they're listed. It's the same pay scale we have now, but this one is adjusted to 8%. And then we attach that in the slides. So that is that really is our presentation and our proposal, and looking for comments and questions.
Scroll down.
Sure, sure.
That one.
This one here.
Because right there, you said as of January 1st, everything was competitive. And then later on, you're saying, oh, we got 8% from last year, we got to make up. We did a minimum of 10.5 last year. Most people got a lot more, not a lot, got more than that. But you said it's January 1st, we were good. And now
Right.
you're saying, oh, we got to make up 8% for last year, but we already did that once.
Well, we use,
Why do we do it twice?
so we use the same numbers for that salary study as we always use in the way the policy is written. So we would have used that CPIU from the end of 2021 to get our 2023 numbers. So again, that's just how we, and it's not the only way to do it, but that is how our policy reads to look at our
You're
market
saying right
rates.
there, you said right there, January 1, we're already caught up. And then you come back 2 pages later and say, oh, we got to catch up from last year.
Right,
So
because
which is it?
both. So,
Can't, no.
No.
That isn't true.
Bob,
I know you make
Go
the
ahead.
numbers what you want, but
well,
I'm
I
not
don't.
agree. Because also then, if you look at the couple more pages
Sure.
down, you've got the, here, the monthly stuff.
It's gone
Stop
down
in March.
considerably.
April was 4.9, and you can go online and May
Sure.
was 3.7.
Absolutely, yes, I
So it's
agree.
going down, so that's 7 points. You said, I don't know how you call it 7 when no month has been higher than 6. How do you call it?
Well,
Staff 7. When the highest number is 6, how do you average 6 and 4 and 3 come up to 7?
so I get that number from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and that's what they have, that's what they projected for the annualized rate.
What is June?
What is
That
June?
come out
What is June?
Well,
I,
July 12th.
Yeah.
When that comes out.
yeah,
Again, I looked them up, I found the.
yeah, it had to come out.
The challenge really is this, I mean, policy or no policy at this point in time. Is the way we're looking at this isn't working with our current economic conditions just in general. I'm not saying that we may not get back to that at some point in time. I hope we get back to that at some point in time, but my philosophy is most entities, they probably don't want to get back to it at some point in time, because the argument that we're having is the one that seems to apply, but we got to this point with high inflation for a specific reason, and we continue the same process, it means we're going to stay there.
Yeah. I mean,
So at some point in time, and I'm not just talking Riley County, I'm just talking in general.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where we're at and why we're at, but we're going to continue the same process. To me, we're going to stay exactly where we're at. Maybe that's what everybody wants. I don't know. But currently with our economic conditions and the ebbs and the flows and the ups and the downs and the peaks and valleys, what we're doing right now in general, and it isn't just Riley County, I said the same thing with RCPD when we had that discussion. This process isn't working for where we're at in real time. I hope we get back to it. Don't get me wrong, but to me, this isn't pliable.
So is this, I'm trying to understand, is this our numbers or is it state numbers or is it national?
This chart here.
Yeah.
So this comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is national numbers for the Midwest
It is
urban
divided by
areas.
Midwest.
So it's the Midwest urban areas, not,
There's 6 or 8 different divisions, and this is for the Midwest.
Which includes
Yeah.
It was.
So it includes,
Well,
no, it includes communities of similar size, so it doesn't, there's separate between rural and urban, so it's the CPI-U Midwest, CPI urban Midwest. Which again, is what is written into our policy, and it's not really mine to agree or disagree with Commissioner Ford. I'm required to follow the policies we have and present it.
Understand.
Need direction
Yeah.
to do.
I understand.
Just to clarify, because I think it is misleading on there, Commissioner McKinley, just in the wording that first half of 2023 7.06, what it should say is the annualized rate through the first half, because the annualized rate, then you're including all those other percentages, the 9.5, 8.6 that gets you to your 7.06. So it's not just the first 6 months it's included.
no,
in
that's
that.
what they're guessing the rest of the year. That's what those.
No, they're taking the back half
Those
of
are
22
numbers, but it's taking that whole line as the average, not just the first
No,
6
but it's
months.
saying June through, I mean, it's through the end, or no, it's saying. I don't understand.
It's saying June through April. Well, May through April.
And it is an annualized number from.
It's the terminology is misleading. It's just not, it wouldn't make sense if it was the first 6 months of 6%, but it's the whole chart of
You're
it.
going back
Well,
into
it's saying it's going
22.
a year, not first half, because it's going back to May of last year.
Right,
So it's not an annual rate. It's not for the first half of 23, it's for the last year.
right. It's an annualized rate. That's what I said. It is, the terminology
Again,
is misleading.
We supposedly got everything up to date the first of this year, and then you're wanting to go back and add that 8% again. And that's not
You
gonna
have to
happen.
remember
And then
that was
two,
based on,
whatever it is for
That
merit.
was salary.
you have to remember that was based on last year's numbers though, gentlemen. That was based on last year's numbers. And just like you went through with RCPD, these new rates are based on the numbers since then.
And what I'm saying is, with
It's
the
not
way our
made up.
economic conditions are, we need to look at it more in real time than 8 months before, 12 months before. The whole 22, I'm talking in 23 for a 24 budget. You're taking almost 3, and it's worked in the past. Don't get me wrong. And I hope it works in the future. I'm not saying we change that, but we need to look at that this year differently than we have, or we're going to stay stuck right where we are. And that's not good enough, particularly when, appraisals went up on average about 10%. And I'm sorry, in the midst of that, when you look at it, I mean, everybody says, well, that went up, so my property tax is going to go up. We know foundationally that's not the way it works. But when you break it down, that's exactly what happens. And it's having some very, very challenging impacts to our community outside of this. And that's something that we as a board, we can't ignore. Just can't.
The reason all policies are put in place is for consistency. And it's not good policy, in my opinion, to change just because you don't like the number you're getting.
I'm not saying change the policy. I'm talking about looking at it differently.
If you don't use what has traditionally been used, I'm not saying you gotta adopt that 8%, but you can't ignore that it is a factual number. Whether you like it or not, whatever the impact is to the taxpayers. Yeah, I know we have to consider that. Trust me, I'm elected as well. But you have to determine if these people here, they're doing all the work. I mean, John can buy all the asphalt he wants, all the bridges he wants, but if he doesn't have good people to do it, that's your most valuable resource, is the people.
And if we're supposed to follow that, then last year we gave it twice. We should have been doing the 5 last year. Because we're only doing it, if we're doing it a year behind, you're saying we have to do 8 this year, then last year we should have only done 5 according to that thing. We did 10.5 plus. But that was to catch up for last year offhand. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't, because you remember all along, the discussion was not based on what this board had done, but based on the years that the board did not follow the policy, did not do the COLA, did not do the merit. No fault of the current board. That is how you get behind market. That's why
We're supposed
anyone.
to get caught up to market as of January 1. Now we're going back and adding that 8 again.
Based on numbers we didn't have though, based on the 2022 years.
And I would remind commissioners that 10.5 was mid-year, so it was an effective 5.2.
No, it was 10.5. At the end of the year, they had 10.5 more than the year before. You can call it, they only got half of it last year, but they are getting it full now, right? And then the first of the year, they are getting, actually, a year ago, they were getting that full amount. Their total over the year last year was only half of that, but at the end of the year, we're not comparing it what they did January last year, we're comparing it to what they did January this year.
A couple other things I'll point out in the midst of this. You may be aware, you may not be aware, but Shawnee County made some changes to theirs. Net increase of about 5 to 7%. I took both the old and the new and kind of compared it to where we're at. I know Shawnee County isn't exactly Riley County, but really a specific county that we can really compare ourselves to. I use them because they're a larger county and considered urban in a sense. So are we, but you know, their salaries are just a little bit more now than in some cases, some of ours. There's a few of them where we're maybe just a little bit over. You know, it's got to keep in mind, you know, they're serving a population more than double ours. That's why you can't make a complete comparison, but we're just, you know, trying to look at where we're at in comparison to everybody else as well, and not trying to overlook that. But you know, I've also talked to several, I guess, private sector businesses and trying to get an idea of where they're at. I'm going to use myself as an example. We got a 3.7%. There was no steps, no merits, none of that, just 3.7. The last 2 years, they've done a separate mid-year adjustment. We're told that's not happening this year. This is what it is. So, you know, we've got to be able to keep up with that to some extent too. We're not helping them either. And so 8% plus the 2.1, it's just, it isn't going to work for me. It's just not.
And I think those are all good. Those are the things we're looking at every day. Where, I mean, again, this is our policy. So this is what I had to present.
And I'm not suggesting that we change it. I'm just
Sure.
saying for this year, we look at that differently because we're in different circumstances.
But those are the things we have to do. We
Right.
have to look at our community, we have to look at our competitors. So that is all important. And that is stuff we're doing every day. And I mean, that's good discussion.
Well, you know, and nationally, the inflation rate keeps going up. I mean, it's, you know, it's come down a bit, but, you know, but it's.
It's still going on, but it's going, like,
Still
you
going
can
on.
see. it's
Commodities and it's some other services that,
6 down to 3.7, 4 months, 5 months. And now, who is going to go ahead of time? I don't know.
Well, nobody can read
Yeah.
what's gonna happen in 24, and, you know, I don't know if it's going to do a mid-year, you know, do it lower now and do a mid-year like we did last year, when you see how economic conditions are.
I tend to think that if I'm not mistaken, next year is an election year. I'm just. Prices tend to kind of come down for various reasons, but I could be wrong.
And that's just exactly the point, you know, they are going down, the inflation rates are going down, we see them monthly, but we're just, our proposal is just bringing you what we bring policy, it's not anything that is adopted, you get to adopt that. But when you consider that it's going down and that impacts your decision this year, don't double up on that and use those numbers to decrease it next year as well, because if you follow policy, that's what you're unintentionally doing.
But you're doing the opposite way, you double up last year, so
We did.
do it this year.
Did not.
Well, that's water under the bridge at this particular point. in time.
Exactly.
It's done, it's over. We need to look at where we're at right now and either make an adjustment if necessary and work ahead instead of behind.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying here with our current economic conditions, and it's no fault of anybody's here.
Sure.
That has changed and we need to look at it differently in order to accomplish that.
So John, do you have a vision of what you?
I and I understand the consistency across the board locally too. I know RCPD did 6.5 or something, but they're implementing part of a certain salary survey. And so it's hard to take all those numbers and try to come up with some consistent basis. But I did talk to a city commissioner last week. They're capping their total budget at 6%. I don't know how COLA falls in the midst of that. Maybe they prioritize that, maybe they don't. So that's so hard to say at this point in time. But, you know, to me, I look at where we're at budgetarily. We're already well over 1.5 mils over, even with the increase in evaluations. Some people, that's still an 8 to 11% increase for them, regardless if we keep it consistent or not. We haven't even gone through the other new positions and expanded positions, which adds a significant amount to this scenario as well. I know we could cut some other things along the way there, and that's probably something we'll have to do too, but. With the new revenue neutral process, and that's part of the reason why that process is there. Is, with apparently local units of government's budget exploding, they wanted to some way to put some sort of cap into the situation there. While I don't agree with the intent of it, we're nowhere close to that one either. So I feel like the best we can do without undermining and undercutting ourselves is to try to keep our mill levy pretty much as even as we possibly can, maybe a slight little reduction and call it good, however we need to do that. So, I'm looking at probably 5 to 6%.
I'd say 4. So,
Okay.
because like I say, it's good, that's what it is right now, and I still say. I don't think we can make up for last year. We already did that once. We don't get to do it twice.
Well, I would, like I said before, we can't predict what's gonna happen in 24. Maybe we should, do it at the lower rate and then revisit it in 6 months and see where we're at. I know that's a lot more work for you guys, but I would like to leave it open to do that. Go under bank, which is, I hate so hard. But then, because like,
Well, that's 8 plus
8
plus 2 point, whatever that was.
yeah. So you're
Step.
like 10.
Merit.
So in some instances, over the last almost 2 years, that's for some, that's like a 25%. We just need to be cognizant of that. There are other factors involved in this.
People that are homeowners,
Well, I've talked to 3 social service agencies here in 23, and there's 3 demographics that are struggling mightily, even more so than ever. And it probably makes sense because we've had several of them come in and ask for resources here too, and kind of just chasing our tail then if that's what we continue to do. But the younger single moms are really struggling. Your middle-aged single demographic is struggling, and seniors.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 that they've seen a lot of need just in the first half of 23. I talked to one and they said they've seen more in a half a year so far than they've seen anything post-pandemic. Make of that as you will. So there are circumstances to what we're doing here. And we have to look outside of that too. It's not that we don't value anybody, we do, but we have to look at that.
The one thing I would point out is when we talked about the 25% increase, where we moved people in that salary study was where they could make money elsewhere. So it wasn't, I understand it is an increase and it's significant. I'm not saying that's not true, but we were so far behind that we were just not competitive.
And
it has made a difference.
Yes, and I will tell you, I still get battered for it, but I'll defend that.
I know.
I will defend this.
Yeah.
But I can't defend the large increases every single year moving forward
Yeah.
and defend that at the same time. It's
I don't-
particularly when not everybody else is moving the needle that large on both sides, whether it's public or private.
And some are, I mean, I have
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
private sectors that are definitely still.
And I would say that's because they didn't move when everybody else moved and they're feeling the effects of that.
Could be
So,
both, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we did need to get us to a place where we weren't going to be losing our staff to local competition, which we were doing. I mean, we've made an impact on our tenure and our staff that we have in-house. We're a full house. We have 2 open positions. We'll have, one more after today's, but we need to make sure that we're retaining, and I'm not saying give everything that anyone asks for, but we want to keep that in the top of our mind, because then all the work that you did and the work that you're saying you still kind of get beat up about will be for naught because we've lost ground.
My initial thought was 5. That's where I got.
I said -4. Not, we have to make all those decisions today.
No, absolutely not. But then,
We
as
want
you know,
because we need
this
to
is
look at
just
the
a starting
total.
point.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good thing to start with the personnel side, because once we go through the budget development worksheet, which is last day, those cuts you kind of have in your mind, okay, this, if you're thinking of a new position, this new position costs that, colon at this rate costs this and this. And so, this is the 8% that's on the budget
Right.
development worksheet. Give staff direction to say, okay, we agree 6%. Okay, we agree 4%. Bring us that number. That way you can, in your head, kind of see where you want to end up as commissioners. So this is just a starting point, and this commissioners is just the budget request. It's just a request. It's not in final form at all. We'll have a few sessions more.
And if you give me direction on which way you'd like to see it, I can bring you the actual number impact of that.
Right.
I would point out, like Commissioner McKinley said, the last 2 months have been 4.9. It's recency.
3.7 was last.
I'm sorry, I'm using the chart up here. I apologize. March and April. So I apologize for that. Yeah, but
So if a commissioner wants to see a 6%, let us know, a 5%, a 4%, all of those numbers, we can bring you all of them, so you can consider it. That's what this discussion is for.
Yeah.
If you land on 4, I'm okay with revisiting it mid-year. Like I said, I think you got to look at it in real time, For 6 months intervals give us a good indication of where we're at. 1. If we go 5, I would probably say maybe that's what it is.
Like I said, in our place, that we had 4. We visited 6 months to see, because we don't know, like they were trying to guess what's happening next half of the year. And I think that's
So we do it the entire budget, the next year and a half.
Yeah, we're budgeting for a year.
Before COVID, I mean, it stayed pretty much within about a 3% flux. That's not the case here. So, and I'm okay with revisiting because like I said, I want to keep up with it in real time. And that's probably the best way to do it outside of current policy without actually changing. So.
So department heads, there's so many new department heads, I'm the old guy, so as you know, but one thing I've always been an advocate for is the personnel and salaries and the personnel and health benefits. We, as opposed to private locally, don't have a lot of the other things that we get to offer. There's a current bank administrator still in town at a local bank that we used to come in annually and talk with me about things. I have 2 now adult kids that live and work in the private industry here. They get quarterly profit sharing. And so we, like it or not, we're competing for those best employees, and we're not going to have profit sharing. There's a neighboring county that has a deferred comp match. We don't have that. So that's why I always push for really good health insurance, a premium health insurance, and good competitive pay. Shawnee County, I understand, but I have 3 daughters that went through Washburn University, and their cost of living in Shawnee County is not what it is here. Every study will show you our cost of living is comparable to Johnson County. No matter what decade you do that study. Housing and other-
But that's the problem. That's why we're there.
It is, but that's the environment we live in, commissioners. I'm
Got it.
sorry, I didn't create this environment here.
I'd like to see more balance in that process and just pushing the needle forward and then just accepting those conditions and basically doing the same thing over and over again, which by definition is the pure definition of insanity.
But holding one small group, and we really are a small group, salaries down here is not going to change this community's environment.
no, but it will affect our. And I guess you guys get to set the number, of course, but I guess I would point out, if you want to really only look at 2023, we're looking at 6, 5.6, 4.9, 4.9, and as Commissioner McKinley said, 3.7. So, I mean, even if we just look at the 2023 numbers and not annualize it, significantly over.
And you got it in your basically the 8% right now is 2 mills. If the mill is just under 800,000, you got 1.6. That means rounding. I'm sure it's not exactly close enough to round it up. Yeah, but 8% is 2 mills.
We haven't gone through everything yet. I mean, something's gotta go.
Yeah.
If we would do 8%, we gotta cut somewhere and make up for that.
Yeah.
It's, whether it's outside appropriations or whatever, we're gonna have to cut someone to keep that mill rate down.
My goal is to basically keep it right at least the 42.2. Well, we're not going to get to 38.
No, why would
50 votes, and I'm not.
No.
I'm not even going there with that. So
And just on the overall budget, a good thing to keep in mind, commissioners, it always sounds good politically, and the state legislature love it if you keep it at the equal mills, but you're not recapturing that new growth that you have, that new valuation. I'm just not talking increased valuation, I'm talking the new. So that new buildings, whether it's residential and commercial, they demand more services. And so if you do that, you don't capture that. So that's why it really does not make sense. And trying to penalize yourself long term. As you know, it's similar with the city of Riley's budget process.
I'm hopeful in the future, there's a couple other things that may come online that may help offset some of the revenues that we're not getting. The other challenge for us as a county, and this is unique, is we're the most tax exempt county in the state, and it's not close. It is not.
And one of the lowest ones right next door.
Right.
Everybody lives.
Correct. And we still got numerous amounts of dollars through VOTA that we don't even know just yet. So that rate's actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Anna, it's probably closer to 45-46% exempt.
Well, we can't put that on the backs of our employees. I mean,
There's a lot
especially the photo, we can't.
Well, I get that, but we're putting it on the backs of everybody. If you're in Riley County, regardless if you're an employee or not.
So we have to consider services. And we
I agree.
Services,
I
because
agree.
we are service, we aren't anything else.
I agree. That's why I say,
I could
trying to get
say-
that down to 38, that's not.
No, I could see going 5, and if we go to 4, then we have to review it in 6 months. Kind of where I'm.
I can do that.
Just for the commissioners, I just did the average for the 6 months, January, including the 3.7, and that's 5.02.
Keep it at the average.
I'm willing to keep it at 5, and we can revisit it still. That's fine.
Oh, yeah, it's just gonna be something that gets us closer to that target number, and
Yeah, get your
yeah,
numbers. Yeah.
For right now, I'd be, yeah.
the 5's just the number to look at.
Five.
Yeah.
That's a placeholder at this point, the commissioner's consensus for us to bring that number, and that'll be the next number that we put in the budget development worksheet.
Okay.
But it's already technically in there. You're just taking the 3% out.
Right.
Right, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, we'll put the right, correct number in there,
get the real numbers worked out for 5%.
correct,
And I think
That's
we're-
5% total.
correct.
What else? I don't know. Is that 5?
No, that's what I'm saying, 5% total.
No, total cold.
COLA.
Oh, no, I'm talking COLA.
Okay.
Yeah, that, I mean, that, be clear about that. I thought we were talking about COLA, right?
If you're not including merit, then I'm sure
Because-
we're gonna have a lot more discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was, when I said 4, I was just calling. Like I said, that makes
I
sense.
just wanted,
Yeah.
okay,
Cola.
just wanted to make sure we were clear on that, because there are.
Yeah, good. I think we have to be clear, because if we don't do the merit, then we're gonna be completely off our pay scale.
Right.
Again, you have the ability to do that. I just don't know if you want to do that after you put so much work in.
So do we have a consensus on 5
Mhm.
and revisit?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah,
our team.
continually be revisited
Okay,
until
yeah.
you guys adopt the budget.
So
Well, we're talking mid-year, out, whatever we ended up adopting, coming back mid-year 2024.
Oh, right.
And revisiting where we're at and see if we do need to make an adjustment or something. I do think it's important to try to keep up with that, but
Sure.
I'm not gonna move terribly far out.
Okay.
Just given the
Yeah.
dynamics of things.
So I will, if I'm hearing correctly, I will come back with a 5% COLA, the numbers on that, and for you to look at that and see where that lands. Okay, our team will work on that. Okay. Okay. Madam Chair, are you ready to just go right into the next? Yes, new and expanded.
Yeah.
All right, so the new and expanded, you'll see each one has a piece of information that you will that you'll need to vote on, but I wanted to give you the overall number. So this first bar includes all of the positions, new and expanded, that are being requested, and it also includes the counselor's office request for expanded training. So it's all of the requests that have been made to you throughout this budget season regarding positions. Do you have specific questions about this, or would you like to get into the individual positions?
Individually. That's fine.
Okay, so first is David. Well, Amanda was on the agenda on a standalone, and so she then got bumped, and then we put her back in, so hers will actually be fit. of this presentation. Yes,
Okay, I see.
Yeah. yeah.
I was looking at the list on here.
I know. So you had asked her to bring back to look at her position and reevaluate, and so she had done that standalone, and then we bumped her and then got her back in.
Okay.
So, yeah, so in my packet first is David's, and this is the same information that you saw previously, and David is here, of course, to answer any questions, same justification. There shouldn't be any new information or different information. You've got, I will tell you that the number changed slightly because that now is specific to the budget numbers. I believe we told you when we first presented that those were estimated on what we had in the mid personnel at that point. So this is the projected cost of 2 LTAs for 2024. Does not include COLA, does include the average merit.
These new positions, are they stationed are they actually in the stations, or they're gonna have to go to the new building?
So they're on an ambulance, but it would be one person that would be their station, so every shift they would report to that same station.
That's where their office is, everything.
They're not new positions, we're
Correct,
just upgrading one person on each shift.
correct, that's all we're doing.
He's already got one.
We already have 3 lieutenants.
Well, yeah, we already have one on each shift.
Yes, and now we're wanting to have 2 on each shift, which gives us 1 at each station.
It's really changing your staffing.
Yeah,
Now
it's
you'll
just
have a
changing that
station lieutenant.
Yes,
Each station would have a lieutenant, and that's why the actual difference in cost is not the same as the cost of brand new positions.
Right, yeah, that's what. But when you said you don't have a lieutenant at every station.
right now, no, we don't. We only have 3 right now, so we're adding 3 more, which gives us balance on each shift, 1 at each station. And then 1 that will do, so we'll have,
Oh, each shift has a different state. It's not the same station doesn't have a lieutenant.
Correct.
Each shift.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I
correct.
was.
We're trying to clean that up and fix that.
So there'll be a lieutenant, 1 shift on each.
Correct. Yep.
So it's a different change in staffing, yeah. Instead of
Saying
having.
adding 1 to every station. they've been-
We're adding 3.
Caught up.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's assigned to a station now instead of a shift.
See, this makes perfect sense to me. It doesn't make sense to anybody else. It makes perfect sense to me.
And you need those at every station.
Yeah, 1 at each station gives us
But
1.
a different shift.
A different
There's
shift.
two at a time.
You'll be 2 on each shift.
2 on each shift.
Yep.
But they moved, there's a different one on a different station each time for them to catch up at that station.
Mhm.
And now they would be responsible for that individual
For that,
station.
so that building, for
And
all the
those
equipment, all the staff, all of that.
Oh,
Correct. Commissioners like to take any action on these positions or move on to the rest of the presentations?
I haven't had a chance to really study these, so I would like to,
Can I just be honest? I'm gonna say no on all of them. We didn't add the 8% to that
No.
total.
No,
So-
COLA isn't in any of our, it's COLA is
Okay.
a separate line item.
So the 700,000 is gonna increase by at least 5% at this point in time on top of that, right?
The COLA, whatever we.
Right, okay.
Mhm.
I think for me, I can't make significant additions to the budget right now. But my thought process has been, and I know I've talked to several people about this, is early in 24 to start some strategic planning and try to figure out kind of criteria, some kind of setup for new positions and something that we can all wrap our heads around and work through in the future than just bringing them up. I don't know what that'll look like just yet, but it's too late this year to work through that process, but
Yeah.
something that could be done early next year, January, February. There's a couple other items we probably need to discuss as an organization as well, but that would probably be the main one, but.
Well, I think that some of these are very necessary. Beginning first year rather than waiting for the retreat, but some of them.
Can you explain, see, that's the challenge I've always had with that is how you defer one over the other. We don't really have a process to do that.
We have to decide.
I know, but, but
Well, like on some of these, where do you put them? Like HR and those positions and the one in the clerk's office, they're already, we've got to figure out where to put them space wise before we can.
and I would say that's another strategic item that needs to be
Space,
discussed.
we can do some temporary, some office space and separate them if we want to do this, but it's kind of like, how do you fill up something that's already full? We can't answer it. But that's where some of them are, but some of them have the space for like I think training for the county council is important. That we work on.
Yeah, I'd like to,
Pretty quick.
I'd like to talk about a different avenue for that one. That one is important. I agree. That's out of the
County
question.
attorney, assistant county attorney to help with the court system. I think that one's important for the time.
What happens when we get through the backlog through the courts? Isn't that the main reason for it? I don't know. Oh, Barry is here. I didn't see him back there. So,
That's not. It was.
No, it's
okay. Well,
you want to hear it?
yeah.
And I've sat here and tried to look at how we set up our cases. One of the areas where we are lacking is financial crimes. Of course, have to prioritize cases, but we've really struggled to follow those kind of cases. We have gotten some of the backlog up to 19 and 20. Those cases have mostly been tried as serious ones, but on homicides, violent crimes, there's primarily two of us. Trinity and I are doing a lot of those cases. When I say violent crimes, non-domestic. With domestic crimes, I'm helping out with some of those. Mike Blackburn's doing a lot of them, adult sex crimes, myself, Mike Blackburn. On syndicate, who I was going to have to do financial crimes in the district, traffic, juvenile offender, child needed care, is frankly just swamped with child needed care and juvenile offenses. Part of it is, as I was explaining to somebody else, it's just the information that's coming in is so much more voluminous than it was 20 years ago. I had one sex trafficking case. And the pages I had to read, 7,000 pages of Facebook Messenger. Those are the communications between December and March. That's one case, that's just two people. And that's the kind of volume that we didn't have to deal with years ago, but that's one example. But, like I said, we can, the traffic, that's another area that has picked up. John Griffith does that. We've got drugs. John Griffith does a lot of drug cases, and he tries to pick up some overflow on the violent crimes. But frankly, we're swimming in drug cases right now. So I looked at it. I looked at trying to hold off, but I look at our financial crimes. We've got people calling in and wanting forgeries prosecuted, wanting, felony bad checks prosecuted, wanting shopliftings prosecuted, thefts, burglaries, they want those prosecuted too. And it's like, I don't have anybody to give them to. So that's where we're at.
When was the last time they added an attorney?
We had one not too many years ago. We've frankly probably been behind for a while. There's, what 3 or 4 people have left my office in the last 5-6 years just because of volume and things of that nature. So, but I don't remember when the last one I had, I think it's been within the last 3 or 4 years. Maybe so much. Well, they filled positions of those other people that just left.
Early 20.
Well, those two started, these were hired in 19, started right at the beginning, but those were not new positions. I thought maybe one was, but it was not.
Yeah, that's it, yeah, Judge Wilson and very distant about it, so.
Yeah, I think there's a couple, but I think
We haven't,
placements, we haven't.
no, we haven't had any new positions since I've been here since August of 20. So, and those two weren't new, it's been before 19.
Contracted some service separate.
We did a contract, but that was backlog specific, yeah.
So anyway, that's where, I'll work with what I have. Did I answer any other questions?
No.
I don't want to jump ahead, but I didn't know if you wanted, do you want to go through each one and have the person speak, or how would
I'd
you?
like to hear each, I mean, I know we jumped in, and started talking about it in
Yeah.
general, but I think I'd like to hear from each one individually.
Okay, so we did, David, no more questions for the EMS,
I don't know.
okay? So next in our packet is the county counselor, and this is not a new position, but this is a training period to fill 6 months. And obviously that's easier.
Morning, Commissioners, Clancy Holder on the County Council. Talking this through with Elizabeth. It made sense to me that we have this training period available. Not because you would expect someone in the position of the county counselor that you have hired and is then being trained to not have a perfectly good set of skills. But there's, just like in any other job, it's very helpful to introduce somebody to what the culture is, what's expected by the primary client, and understand what the relationship is among the various departments and what their role would be. And that's the purpose of this. And I will tell you that you may not believe this, because usually if you say there's fewer lawyers around, I mean, you're going to get a standing ovation from most crowd. You can tell it if you're not talking to law school professors or firms that are looking for lawyers. But the market is right now is very tight. It's very limited for attorneys. You're going to be drawing, if you started today, and maybe in the last couple of years, you're dealing with a much smaller pool of attorneys that are going to be willing to apply for and then be acceptable candidates for just about any position, no matter how good the job is. And I will tell you, this position is a good job. It is a good career choice for somebody. But the fact is that there are going to be fewer and fewer people out there to draw from. And I will, just as an example, this is only a very small piece of this does not answer everything. I was talking with my wife the other day. She was looking at the Washburn Law School magazine. There's a graduating classes of the law school go out for the bar exam traditionally after the spring graduation, and then there's a December graduation, which normally is a little bit smaller. I've been talking with Barry Wilkerson a little bit about this, and numbers of the law school classes that are graduating are shrinking in Kansas. And fewer people are going through it. And there were only, although those classes are smaller, didn't read the article once. This is wrong, blame my wife, because she told me, but I believe her. I believe her. She said there were 16 people who took the bar exam from the December class of Washington. That is a shocking number, but it's reflective of what's going on in the profession nationwide, and in all jobs. How often do you have to hear that? And it's the truth. One explanation has been that a lot of those people are graduating, not going into practice, and they're actually going into business and joining companies, that sort of thing. But it's a traditional expectation of having a very deep pool of people to draw from. That's changing. And so a training period would be.
I would also add, Barry shared with me yesterday, we were talking about the same problem, not having lawyers. 80% of the lawyers in Kansas live in 6 counties. Writing is not. So not only do we have fewer lawyers graduating, they're all concentrated in 6 counties in the state. So it is going to be challenging.
On the other hand, it gives you plenty of counties you can move to with a running for.
Including Riley County, we're going to.
Well, there would be concentrated probably in Johnson County and Central County. Those
Got
larger.
2 of them.
Yeah.
Shawnee
and he took-
And he rather
he did.
2 of us lined up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad you left?
2 of us, myself too. I didn't have a choice at the time, though.
It's just a factor of the time. So, the point of this again is to make sure that whoever, he or she, whoever is hired by the board, be trained as county council, and they may have a great background. I suspect you're not going to get the same background for the applicants. That's all I'm saying, because you don't have that pool of attorneys of a certain demographic, age, experience, and training that are going to be ready to take on the position. And so I think it'll be good for the organization, good for you as the primary client of the person.
When you talk about basically, you're talking about an overlap, is that what you're saying?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, you wouldn't hire someone in 6 months, the overlap is 6 months.
That's what it would be.
That's,
If the board accepts, it's just a recommendation.
that's what you're looking at.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I'm not saying that I'm bursting into tears if you decide it's less than 6 months, or you don't want to do it at all, you go ahead, march forward. I'm just trying to make a rational recommendation of what seems to be.
But the salary, is that expected, the salary? Okay, I can't, it isn't on this report, what the range
Well,
is for.
Turn that over to.
The expected starting salary there is 160, 964. And that would come in with yeah, so the annual salary is expected to be this 160, 964, which is with 5 years of experience in that range. So again, we have to estimate what how much experience that person would have. So when we take it 6 months and then the benefits.
So it's
That's not,
just
I was looking at
transparent.
a different number on this. They said 173.
Yeah, and we did bring it down. Nancy talked about maybe not finding the years of
Because like I
experience.
say, if you're needing 6 months, then you're expecting much less experience.
Potentially. We're
And
gonna-
ended up, we shut out for being able to hire someone.
Right.
So that's, yeah, we talked it through, and again, it's just, all it is it's a rational estimate of what really would benefit the organization. And give you some idea of why we chose.
Similar to what we did with the deputy counselor, so which. Exactly.
It was 3 months.
Well, we started out asking for 6, we got to 5.
I think
so-
5.
It's 5. Okay.
And that was hiring. I mean,
Yeah.
we're asking for 6. It just basically depended that we get someone hired.
And if you get some, yeah, we get that. It's that way.
But at least we have, if you approve it, we have a little time to get that advertising put out and hopefully make that. Whatever depth you give us.
I will just tell you, just historically, it kind of goes back to exactly what I already said about the change in the environment, even for this kind of job. There was no need to do this when I started 18 years ago. Because you would have applicants. But even then, with that deep of pool, you didn't hire the first person that was selected.
First person offered.
First
Yeah.
person on. Yeah.
You may find somebody in one of the larger counties that wants to get out of the larger county.
Oh, absolutely.
And has 5 years experience in an assistant or deputy or
I
other
hope,
type of scenario
I
too.
hope there's a wave of people. That'd be great.
For reference, we had 2 candidates for the deputy.
Right.
And
That's
2
what
good
I want that.
candidates. 2
two very good
candidates.
candidates, but that was a shocker. That kind of opened my eyes to why this makes some sense. Because again, there's no way that would have been the case 18 or 19 years ago. No change. You had more lawyers out there looking for work in graduate school. Now you get a smaller pool. Necessarily less experience.
And I guess for this position too, we are looking nationwide, right? Because we want to have that Kansas
Yeah.
law experience. And so other director positions, we have been able to recruit outside of Kansas, and this one really needs Kansas
Yeah,
experience.
they need. Yeah. It's understanding.
I mean, it's just another factor,
And just remember, I'm not asking, unlike David Adams, to add all this.
I know, but you're asking for another lawyer.
Trying to help you,
He
David,
does have a point there.
This replacement.
unless you have questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, would you like to discuss this position or?
No.
Move down to the next one? Okay. Oh, and then I guess I did, you probably looked at it, but I did include this, and you had asked to see this replacement position or this training position in the full budget. And so you do see there that it does, because of the change in staffing, both of our counselors that are leaving, it is actually does reflect a smaller total request for this department, even with the additional 6 months. You see that? So this has,
Can't tell what it says.
I know. So, I don't know if this helps, but we do have, so this has Shelley, Deputy County Council. Remember, this is for 2024. It has Clancy, because he was served for 2024, and then it has an open position for 6 months. The big difference here is going to be the tenure of Craig versus the tenure of Shelley. So there is a less total request.
Yes. Page 1 and 2, yeah. You have to go up to 150.
Yeah. And I can't show the whole sheet, but. Yeah. And I can, break that, if you don't want to see all of that, you just want to see the totals, I can definitely give it to you in a different format. This, as you will know, it has 8% COLA, so there'll be a difference, but it will still be less. Obviously, it's less with 8%, so the amount will be less than last year's request. We talked about Barry, and he did head out. Okay,
Susan, probably.
yeah, Susan, I think Rich was going to speak on these positions. Oh, that's too big.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rich Barber, Raleigh County Clerk. You can see the one request is simply, it's not an additional position, it's really an upgrade to a position due to the expected requirements of this position and responsibilities. So that's what that position request is for. Commissioner Foki discussed the need for additional staffing space. This would not create that. The other positions are temporary positions, which, frankly, the clerk's elections has needed clerical additional positions. You get a lot of bang for your buck in those temporary hours and not as many benefits needing to be budgeted for. They're both greatly needed, as the commissioners know, regarding what Catherine had talked about, space to put people. Currently looking in staff is for election space to lease. Of course, that would be an additional cost to the county and of course, subject to the county commissioner's approval, but we just simply do not have the space that we need in our current office designed to administer elections appropriately, especially given all of the state and federal requirements that are coming down this in election security. I just talked to Sent John. John's here right now. Information on requirements are going to be requiring for special locks and access into secure elections areas, wanting to have 2 staff at all times go over to an elections area. You can't just send one. So you know what that does to people time, commissioners. That's pretty easy to tell. So it lets kind of a heads up, if we do find another location, I will come back and we will need one additional position because that would cause us a shortage in positions in either elections or the clerks, but that is not what this is today. This is just in our existing space, an upgrade in position to election coordinator, and you can see the increasing cost there. And then the as needed positions for elections And honestly, I just need them next year, one way or the other, with presidential preference primary, an August election. And a presidential general election. Regardless of the presidential preference primary, it's the largest election year that we have every 4-year cycle. This temporary staff, I'm hoping, will give our current staff a little breathing room. Current staff, when they found out that we had a presidential preference primary, were emotional and saying, when do I get to take vacation time next year? The county will give them vacation time, but your staff commissioners, it's not just in our department, take their job so seriously, even though they have the time, they know they can't afford to take it off because of the workload. I know people don't understand that. There's a negative connotation of government workers, but I can tell you it's not true. These people take their jobs seriously. They know their responsibilities and they're going to be here to do it. And they will forego seeing family in other states and just a vacation to get away from work. So that's the really big beneficial cost in those temporary election worker costs. And as you know, with the pandemic, I came to the commissioners and really asked for the same thing. I said, commissioners, I really need authority to spend more hours, more dollars in hours of as needed temporary people due to the pandemic and all the changes we had to do with the increased mail ballot election. So unfortunately, commissioners, you guys are all too familiar with state and federal mandates and the increased costs they put on local government, in particular county government, and this is just a byproduct of that. And that is the reason why this expanded new title gets more responsibilities. We have to take some of the responsibilities off Susan's shoulders so she can focus on other areas of the higher level security and processes of the elections. And, I understand what Commissioner Ford's talking about, how do you, as a county commissioner, make the decision on which position from which department, and all I can say, commissioners, is I'm elected, but you hire those department heads to give you their best professional recommendation on what they see in the day-to-day. That's also the reason why we provided some background information on what other counties have as far as staffing. That's just a non-biased showing of, kind of how we compare to some of our peers per number of registered voters. And that shows part of it, but really what a lot of us counties are going through, all of us, due to the state and federal mandates, is how in the heck are we going to get all these additional responsibilities done? We were a county that was selected to go through that legislative post audit of elections. Commissioners, that takes time. That takes people hours. They will be having more and more of that stuff on an annual basis. I know Commissioner Ford follows that closely. There's nothing more highly scrutinized in anything we do. I will even say tax spending wise than elections on a local and national level. So I greatly appreciate your support in approving these positions. I really am trying to help solve some of the space needs issues by trying to find us a location to just move election staff and election equipment all in one facility to secure it better and to really just make it a better, more conducive work environment in our office overall. And then, of course, what that does is open up space to expand the next presentation, HR and payroll, with, a separate entrance and more privacy from what I would call the front office of the clerk's office. And so that would help that if I can get elections out of there, that would give us more space for those type of positions.
Well, I'd suggest to Rich the possibility with the space upstairs on the fourth floor, that we could make those into offices, move HR up there, then you could have the whole space, for elections downstairs. We've already got that space, we have to lease it. So I suggested that, but something to consider. If we're gonna do that, we need to get working on it, so. We get a plan or something, that's, the way we wanna go. I don't know if that will be enough space, if you just take over the HR part and space, if you have the whole.
Now, the problem is election needs to be moved out from the rest of the office because it's really the square peg in the round hole that doesn't fit with anything else that's going on in the office, county government wise administratively. all the other functions kind of work together. Elections is totally separate. And when it comes to security, it may come down to some point in time. I think Commissioner Ford's aware of it. There's talk about maybe elections offices should be outside of any other department because you have HR people and other people exposed to ballots. We're reviewing ballots, election systems. They want no one else even close to elections. So that's why, in my opinion, it really needs to be the one that is separated totally. To me, it's not a solution to leave elections and the rest of the clerk's functions and move HR and payroll out of there because that doesn't solve that issue. Commissioners have any questions on this part, and I can move on to the next. But I greatly appreciate your consideration. Commissioners, I can tell you, we have not increased election staff in decades. I know that was a question to another department head, has not been done. You can see how low we are compared to some other comparable counties. And I think due to the post audit and everything else, commissioners are very in tune to how much elections are changing and the demands on elections. Any questions on the job descriptions? I think they're somewhat clear. You're familiar with the process. And then next, commissioners like to go over the request for the human resources and payroll position. Commissioners, human resources and payroll have grown extraordinarily. You can see the numbers on just the number of personnel we've added in my tenure in the county, not in the clerk's office, but in the county. All of these people demand services, demand hours from your HR and payroll staff. So really, if we can, make a shift and have the payroll separate, we can free up some hours there, but there are just more and more demands. Elizabeth is always getting requests to go and visit with department heads and supervisors one-on-one to where there needs to be additional support staff to do the other HR and benefits functions. We're a growing community, commissioners. We're a growing organization. We didn't used to have the health department. That's a significantly large department. We used to have the ambulance department. And not to pick on David as much as I typically like to pick on David, but that 24/7 services is an administrative nightmare. Like you said, it's something that on his presentation I understand, but no one else does. It's kind of true. It's how many meetings we've had on wrapping our heads because we never had that before. The 24/7 services and the benefits and the overtime and so it's just a totally different animal and it takes a lot more time. And since they are 24/7, sometimes those HR issues come up 24/7 that need addressed. And so there is a much larger demand for those services. Our department really is a service department. It's very similar to IT with human resources, accounts payable, and benefits, payroll. We are here to serve the other departments. So those departments can function on their daily activities, on their mission. So the appraiser's office can focus on appraiser. So planning and development can focus on planning and development. So the county counselor can focus on county counselor's work. So we provide that service for them. And we get a lot of traffic from not only department heads, but all of our employees that we serve, especially with benefits and payroll. There's nothing more important to employees than human resources, pay, and benefits. So you can see the cost there. All I can say is I have never come to the commissioners to request additional positions. And as I told you when I first presented it, I don't take it lightly when I do bring these things. But we have been overwhelmed for several years. And Commissioner Ford knows there were some things we talked about, other things to look at. And I just simply had to say, we don't even have time to look at it. We just don't. Elizabeth knows, I told her in a review this year, we're going to focus on just fine tuning and polishing what we've got. And we don't have enough hours to really do that. You can see comparative, I think it's a telling tale to see what some of those other public entities have for staffing as compared to us. The city of Manhattan, I believe, has 8. for their human resources department. And so, like I said, other than, taking your department heads and elected officials' word for it, that's where we go try and get other comparable stats so you can see, what is typical. Because at the same time, we want to know that because we don't want to come and have 10 people for some function where we only need 8. So it's good knowledge for us as well. So any questions from any of the commissioners on the information provided or anything else you would like us to look at? We're always open to suggestions as well. Any question on any of the position descriptions, commissioners? And those are just the highlights of the, I'm not a big one, as Elizabeth knows on some people figure the more you put in there, the more necessary it looks like the position. There's a lot more devil in the details within each of those areas that have to get done. Okay, were there any other positions?
This position is the last one. This
Okay.
is Amanda.
I will not do this.
You have a budget in there, right? So we'll just scroll down and then Amanda, you'll be able to speak on this.
So commissioners, you did, and Amanda's going to speak on it, but you asked her in the last presentation to look at some different options for the environmental health position. So Amanda did look at those. We talked about some different options and she's going to give you an overview of what she came to. And then I think. Yeah, this one. So as Elizabeth mentioned, we've already talked about another environmental health specialist position this year. And you had asked for other options. Most of the information I have in this report is pretty much the same that you already saw, with the exception of some of the last paragraphs, because that's where it actually starts to talk about what I need, essentially. We talked about, can we do an environmental health technician, which is a little bit more of an entry level position? Can we do a full-time clerical assistant? Those things. So those are the options, if you will, that I looked at and kind of considered. Barring that EHS, the specialist would be the most ideal. The technician would be better than a full-time clerical assistant. And at first, because of course the clerical assistant helps a lot. Please don't get me wrong. I mean, it's very, very important what they do. There's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of permits, there's a lot of tracking, there's a lot of things that they do. And I started to think about, okay, well, that person can take off a lot of the paperwork, reports, all of that sort of stuff. But what I kept coming back to is I need more than one person who can go out with the field. I need more than one person who can evaluate soils, who can inspect septic systems, do all of that sort of stuff. And if we're going to have our clerical assistant do that, we might as well just have to be a specialist or a technician. So that's really what it comes back to. I need a minimum of those 2 people who can back each other up, of course, whether it be a specialist and a tech. As you folks remember, we've hired at the technician level, he'll start in August, with the intention that within the year or so that we'll be able to move him up into the specialist position. And then we have another technician position, of course, they'll train and do all of that sort of stuff. So again, that's really what it boils down to. I need the technical in the field experience. Questions? And just a quick note, I just left what Elizabeth had. This is for the environmental health specialist. So that's what it would be next.
That's respect, you get my respect. That's
Correct.
you couldn't hire that.
Correct. So
So it's
and
probably
yes,
a tech, which.
it could be. And I know we talked a little bit about that before. And as of course you folks know, I've asked for this position the last few years. And if we had been able to hire a technician, let's say last year, when I still had my specialist, he could have trained that person. And then when he left this year, or maybe he wouldn't have left, but when he left this year, I would have had somebody still in my department who could do
these things. By the time my new gentleman starts, because he's got some other commitments he needs to finish up, and I wanted to respect that. It's gonna be over 5 months between the person who left and getting him in the door. And those first few weeks, you probably remember, was a little rough. But you know, luckily I was able to, you know, find somebody to help us with some things and just kind of do what we could do. But I'd like to avoid that if at all possible, because there were some delays. We can't do things as quickly as we were. If I have 2 people, then I always have somebody, basically. Somebody goes on vacation, somebody's out for extended leave, somebody leaves the position, I always have somebody to keep things moving. Oh, and I do have a space to put them.
Yeah, she's just not telling you it's the roof. We can all.
Yeah, why wouldn't you ask for a technician rather than all environment specialists in the budget?
I'm sorry.
You've asked for 2, I'm only seeing 1 asked here for the environmental specialist.
She has 1 already, so this would be the second position, the expansion of 1 position.
No,
My
she has a
question is, why don't
technician,
you
she doesn't
ask
have a
for a
specialist.
technician
In the budget, she has a specialist.
instead of the specialist? Why don't you ask for the technician in the budget rather than the specialist?
Well, and that's the conversation we're having, because of course, my original request was for the specialist. Folks asked me to bring some facts and information. I apologize. I should have put in the technician dollar figures here, because we do have one with the gentleman that we hired. But that's where we are. I just wanted to bring back that additional information based on what I can make do with, essentially. So I think if I understand correctly, the reason these numbers are in is because she's asking for a specialist. So if we had to hire a technician, but approved a specialist, we would have the ability to train with that promotion. He or she would be able to move into a specialist. If you approve a technician, we have a technician, would not be that training after a specialist. So you have the ability to approve specialist, technician, nothing, whatever you'd like. But her ideal request, please correct me if I'm wrong, is to have the ability to train and hire someone with the intention of becoming a specialist. And so that's the maximum amount that it would cost. But we know realistically, we would probably have to start as a technician and we would be able to say, yes, the career path is to a specialist. But again, you can say, go with the technician or go with nothing.
Well, that would only be, you're looking at like the first January to have this person, then it takes 6 months to train, so you're probably looking at 25 before you have that actual.
Well, I mean, it depends, of course, on my applicants and, you know, who might be interested in the position and how much training they might need. Yeah, so it's really kind of stage, but I wouldn't assume if we start advertising on January 1 for the position, it's probably gonna take some time because like this last one. And it just affects how we advertise, what we advertise for, what we're able to, you know, when we're out there talking to candidates, what we're able to do. But to her point, if she had a technician position when she had a full-time specialist, I do think there's a possibility he might have left because he did communicate with us his work with multiple persons. However, at the very least, we have had that person trained to Riley County, and so even having a specialist and a technician would be beneficial.
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so commissioners, I think I just need to know how you would like to move forward. Would you like me to bring these back? How would you like to move forward on these? Because I'm asking for a motion and I understand you may not want to do that today.
I need time to read through this, because I just got this, I mean, I could to study it at all.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, that's one. Put on hold.
We're on hold.
Look at it.
Do you want to maybe send like a week out, or do you want to just hold until you're ready, or what would your direction be?
What's our timeline again for?
That's what I was gonna start out with. I talked to the auditor. We can go through the 13th and get it to him the 14th, and he can review it in time. Like I said, you know, in the past, Commissioner, I talked to Commissioner Ford, you know, I would just assume do longer regular commission day sessions. And or we have fairly regularly in the past, commissioners, done additional special sessions just on budget. So it's I'm just throwing out all ideas for all commissioners. to
I can
consider.
tell you right now with my work schedule, we're gonna have to stick to Monday and Thursday for me.
And I think
So we've
today,
already got,
go ahead, sorry.
but 13th, we've already got some scheduled in the afternoon.
And I think we'll see how much progress we make today and. You know, when it comes to cutting, unless, you know, the largest numbers. From my presentation, I guess, where people compare me,
Yeah.
but hey, your largest areas to cut commissioners are CIP. John's not here, so Evan go down with the ship, Public Works. And the CIP transfer is what I'm talking about, and not impact personnel. Also appropriations, which aren't statutorily required, which no commissioner since I've been here has ever had the appetite for that. And so those are the only real places to get it unless you want to tell some of these people not to show up for work, because personnel is our largest expense by far in all budgets other than public works. And that's why I pick on public works, because we can buy less asphalt and salt and keep the number of employees, but you gotta have something to do as well. And commissioners, if you have any additional information you want for department heads or Elizabeth on these specific budgeted, non-budgeted new positions, let us know and we get them to you. And Elizabeth will be here every meeting for the budget work session if you have questions about it.
I just need some time to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot. Getting
So
from
it's a
that.
lot to throw at us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It is. It is. That's why we call it the fun budget session, but we can solve two of the issues that have come up if you guys just adopt it today as presented with the 5% COLA and new positions, and we can be done.
That's all.
Gotta lighten it up a little bit, commissioners. I know it's a serious time. Trust me, this is my 32nd season of this, so understand it all too well. First, start off, commissioners, with the individual budget requests that I have in the packet, the bond and interest. As commissioners know, we have very little bond and indebtedness at Riley County. That's something we've always been proud of and hung our hat on. There is a cost associated with that as well, because sometimes you just do need to keep up. And I know it's going to be a strategic subject on facilities. Usually that leads to bonding. Don't know that there's much of an appetite for that. So that's why I think as we go through this budget session, you'll see strategically how I recommend the commissioners budget a fair amount in CIP to when decisions are made by the board on whatever the resolution is with the church, whatever the resolution is on, remodeling this building. You have some money to do it available with cash, is how we built the shop site. That was an all cash deal. We did not bond anything. So here you will see special assessments. That includes our cash basis requirement, which is just due to cover special assessments, that 157,934 that may not come in. And then also that new High Plains Ranch. We don't have, you guys will be setting that assessment rate, but that is based on the special assessments we anticipate collecting. So special assessments, commissioners, do not come from the ad valorem taxes. It's the individuals that own those properties. But for whatever delinquency that we get, whoever does not pay those special assessments, that's where the bond and interest mill levy comes from, to cover that shortage. And then, of course, any debt that we have, you'll see the 52,153 to transfer from economic development. That is to pay for the Conza water project that the county did years ago. That one expires. That one's done in 2028. So, commissioners, the transfer of the 182,000 from CIP, that is bond facilities and bridges. That one is complete in 2025. So don't have a lot longer on that. Another special assessment we have is Fairmont Heights Sewer. That one, because it's USDA, you're gonna just kind of look at me funny when I tell you the years they're complete. Those are 45-year projects. So that one completes in 2061. The next one is University Park Sewer. What was that?
I'll be part of the cemetery fund by then.
Yeah, that's I told Michelle Adams, Commissioner, before I go much farther, we've been short in staff in our office. thank goodness we're finally full staff, but the staff, Michelle Adams, Elizabeth, Michelle Reed, even Lori Muir in the tax department has been the staff that has helped get us to this point where we feel good about these budget numbers we're presenting to you. So that's just the environment we have in our office. I think most departments do. It's the team environment, and we just divide and conquer and get it done. And so we couldn't be this far along without their assistance. Getting back, University Park sewer, remember that one was a very large project. The rebuild of that sewer, it was all relining and relaying of stuff that couldn't be relined. That one's complete in 2052. So those are some large ones. Lakeside Heights also has a small assessment in there, and that was complete in 2028. So that's all we have in bond and indebtedness, and a very small portion of it is just Riley County solely with the facilities and bridges. And that's at 182.10, 182.1, which is a transfer from CIP.
I realized since that you said done in 20, that was done in 25.
Which one is that? Yeah, that facilities, correct.
What was that? Was that a 45 or is that a 20? Do you remember?
That was a 10 or a 20. I'm currently doing research on that because I don't like that title. I like the titles to explain to us exactly what they were. And so in my break with Clancy's executive session, Michelle Adams came to me because I sent staff. I want to research in detail what exactly this one is. So I've got like 3 binders on my desk right now. She says, here you go, research. So that'll be on my agenda this afternoon and tomorrow.
That's why I'm just curious what that.
I am too.
Okay.
That title's not very descriptive.
Yeah.
The facilities part's what confuses me. The bridge part I get, but so
There's
sometimes
well,
generically,
back before we started the sales tax.
that's what I'm thinking it might be.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking it might be. And sometimes even though
on
it's,
at that time instead of the sales tax.
even though it's roads and bridges, a lot of times the terminology legally, even Mary Carson does the terminology, they say facilities and roads and bridges come under facilities. And so that's what I've got to research.
Okay.
Any questions on bond and interest,
Fish
commissioners?
venture line item.
Any questions there? Next one's county building fund. John is not here. County building fund, you'll see where we're at there on the county building fund. I went through and did some analysis on where we're at this year. Frankly, commissioners, I think we are going to be cutting it close. And it's going to have to be managed well to stay at the 393,000. I've talked with John Ellerman personally, told him, we're going to have to really watch that. Your expenditures per month are going to have to be less than they have been for the first 6 months for us to stay within budget. So of course, there's Brittany, if she doesn't know yet, but we'll soon learn, the budget amendments at the end of the year, that's something she'll keep track of and let us know what budget amendments we have to do. I think this is one of a couple we may have to do, but John says he thinks he may be able to manage it. That gets me to my next point of the budget of 430,000. Commissioners, you know what costs are doing. We're doing North County facility and then the central EMS ambulance facility. Cost in buildings are just eating us alive. I questioned John, I recommended John budget 450,000 in there. He says, yeah, I just don't like increasing it that much because of the tax. I said, I understand that, but at the end of the day, when we have expenditures, we got to pay them as well. If you ignore building and facilities cost short term, they will cost you exponentially more long term. So he said 425, 430. I said, will you give me a number? He suggested 430. So that's where we're at. I think it could be low, but my point is I wouldn't look at this as a place to cut. Any questions on this one, commissioners? RCPD, another one. I'll start out with the same story on this one, commissioners. I'm at fear that we may have to do a budget amendment on this one. Once again, physicians, inmate medical costs, and facilities are eating us alive on this one. And our contractual amount with ACH is going up for next year. So this is one that Brittany's going to have to watch very closely. We may have to do a budget amendment on. We budgeted a certain amount, but we can, for bond and not bond and interest, but the county building RCPD, we can always make a transfer from general to these if we have additional expenditures to pay. It is significant. I will point out one difference there at the very bottom there, Commissioner. You'll see a 1.4 delinquency tax of 71,300. The reason I put that in there, it's something we did like 3 or 4 years ago. We used to do that because of the delinquency rate, as Shiloh reports here every month. Our delinquency rate's just under 3%. It is for what I would call a delinquency rate, but this is another thing I talked to John about, building expenditures, and I think we're overly tight on it as well for the RCPD facility, but he didn't want to go up anymore, which I understand. So I think we're going to be tight on expenditure wise, but then also Anna's been bringing up to you the exemptions. Those exemptions happen. The assessed valuation goes down. The value of a mill levy goes down. But we're still obligated to pay for all of these costs. So that's my little buffer in there. The 71,300, not a significant amount of money. I'm just hoping that even covers it. So another fund that I would, like I told you, I gave you the areas that really my recommendation if you're looking at producing something on the budget to produce, and it would not be this one. Statutory obligated, whatever the costs are, we have to pay. Any questions on that one, commissioners? Economic development. This one has some wiggle room. That's good or bad news for you. Something I told Clancy, and I appreciate the work that Clancy does on the memo. I know he gives the board regarding our statutory requirements for appropriations. You'll see where we're at, and I like going down to those below the project estimates. You will see the MA, you got the comprehensive plan in there, Chamber of Commerce downtown. Auto lane has ended. Go ahead and switch notes on this one.
Well, you've also got Twin Hills Regional Council and the MATC facilities in there, which I don't think we need to have.
That is decisions commissioners have to direct us to make. Those were, as this entire document is, commissioners all request. The previous budgets I showed you requested, so is the MATC.
I guess if we can go through those, I say that the Flint Hills Regional. I know he's supposed to come in, didn't come and talk to us. And I was more encouraged. We had a new director seeking to be doing it, but he's leaving, and I'm not.
Yeah, he was just.
I'm not interested in trying again, but I was interested with him. Without knowing who's running it, I'm not interested in that.
I'm kind of taking that same approach at this point in time. I'm willing to still listen if he wants to come in, but we got to have some requirement on that. I can't just come in whenever and give a budget presentation. I mean, we laid those deadlines out pretty well, correct?
So the consensus of the board not to fund the 13,201 for the Flint Hills Regional.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The other one on here I did want to discuss though, and I'm glad Amanda's here. Do we need $50,000 for this plan update?
It's looking like probably not.
Okay.
I mean, I'll tell you, I'm definitely not going to use the 25th date for this year.
Okay.
As you know,
Yeah.
I wasn't able to get it.
I mean,
That's what I was asking my question too.
so I'm thinking we can
Since you
take,
couldn't
you can
find
keep the
it.
25 this year to do what you need to do. And how does that work? Next year, is that transfer?
It would roll over.
Okay.
Yeah, these funds in this one, unlike the general services, which I'll show you, that it will roll over the beginning balance. So
Okay.
it would increase the beginning balance of funds.
I
that
know
stay
some
here.
roll out of there. but-
I know you're gonna have still some expenses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it stays.
So I'm thinking we take the 25 off.
Consent for the board to take that comprehensive plan update for 25,000 off.
Yeah.
And
I'm just kind of wondering about, do we need to give that much to the Chamber of Commerce?
it's all for military.
What do you mean?
Well, not all of it. About 80% of that's for military relations. We buy tickets for the rodeo. We do some other
Oh,
things.
that kind of thing.
Right.
But, you know.
It's not for actual economic development, if that's what you're insinuating.
Well, that's what it's under.
But we consider that economic development relations with the Fort Riley because they put in, what was it, 1.8, $1.9 billion to the local economy.
Mhm.
So directly or indirectly, we get to that point. And I haven't, trying to remember, was it 19? We decreased their budget a little bit in 19. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think we're at 60.
Oh, I remember what it was. We decreased it by 5,000 to fund downtown Manhattan. Because we considered that kind of a economic development thing, right? So, and they haven't asked for anything more than that since.
And then I believe the chamber at that time had a special project program
Yeah.
going out there that we had increased it to 64 and then it subsided.
And we use some of these dollars in 20 to help with that CARES Act small business reimbursement that we did. They helped administer that for us because we didn't have the staff to do that or the knowledge behind that to do that, to make that work. So they've been partners on some good things along the way to the military relations.
Okay, well, that I understand, but I was on the technical school, I can't go for the 5.
I'm going back and forth on that too.
We don't,
I mean, they're,
we don't fund K-State, we don't fund MCC, we don't have school districts. You know, and it's a
private
project
entity,
that's
too.
going. You know,
they don't have an open board, you can't,
Yeah, they do have an open board. Yeah, they
but
do.
online, they didn't show that.
But they do.
They're
they're a public,
The struggle that I have on that one is we've got facility needs yet. We're
yeah,
a lot.
funding somebody else's facilities, even though they're asking, the city is giving them $250,000 over the next 5 years, whatever that equals out to. One of the other things that we'll say, and Elizabeth may be able to fill in some gaps, we are doing an internship with them, correct?
We
The
have
program that they
we
have.
offered to do an internship and they have not reached back to me. I've actually contacted Rebecca Brown now
Okay.
twice because, and I also offered for us to sit on their board of, like their business development board that helps their students get out in the community and gain skills.
Yeah.
So we have discussed that, was not developed in anything, but I did reach back out 3 times.
Okay.
So definitely something that we should be doing because it would benefit them and us, and that is the number one thing that employers say is that students graduate without the skill set, and we can provide that. We had run with a couple department heads, and
Yeah.
we can provide that. Yeah.
And so my thought was that $50,000 then would be a contribution that would more than make up for that, but
Yeah,
to
but I just,
be
I can't
determined, I
see
guess.
doing that kind of commitment. What's a good, it's a great thing, I like. Yeah, there's a lot of good things that we gotta cut somewhere.
Not a consensus from the board on MATC to leave in there, take out, or further discussion in the next meeting.
I'm still kind of tossing and turning, but I'm fine with that.
Consensus, take it out. That consensus, John?
I can live with that.
Okay, and just backtracking a little bit since you had brought it up, Catherine, very consensus, the board to keep the chamber at 55.
look back through your presentation, see what it is we get.
Yeah.
See what it is we're getting. for that.
Excuse me?
Is the rural area, are the rural areas getting
What-
anything out of that?
Yeah.
They are
They
serving
had a
on that.
presentation,
Or the Rural Economic Development Board.
because did they
Yeah,
bring
I
a
haven't seen
friend?
anything coming.
I'm sure
They did.
They did.
Might go back and read through it
Yeah.
myself to see what exactly.
Okay, so we'll leave it in there and try and remember to ask, or if not, remind us if there needs further discussion on it, Commissioner. We'll take those other 3 out, Clinton Hills Regional Council, 13,201, MATC 50,000, and comprehensive plan update 25,000.
What's the general, the Riley County General Eco Depot?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was gonna swing back around that. It's kind of related to chamber type activities. That monies is there because the chamber or an outside organization like MATC may come to you during the year and say, hey, we would really like the county to be a partner in whatever program they're going to offer, or real live scenario, Riley County participated in the current tech park. It's no secret the chamber's actively pursuing additional land right now. for another tech park in Riley County. That is so the county, the commissioners have some money when those projects come up and they say to budget and finance, okay, we want to participate, where's the money? We haven't used it in 22 or 23. It's a placeholder for money. Once again, it will roll over if not used to the beginning balance for next year.
And I can tell you the two properties they're looking at to do that are in Riley County. They're not in the city.
Right, correct. Correct.
On the west side of town by the airport.
Dynamics, surrounding the city.
Nope, not this spot. Or spots.
Well, I don't know. if we-
Yeah, it's Riley
if we
County,
haven't
not Pot
used
County
it
where
for-
they've done. But if we haven't used it, is it still there? Do we
Yeah.
need to put, do we need,
Keep putting.
You need to
money-
budget for it, that way we have it in there. Yeah, you need to budget for it, so we have it in there. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying, but we haven't used it to this point, but who says they don't come in November and say,
Well, how
well,
much-
but you just said
how much
we
do
just
we
said-
have in there?
the 25 that was for comprehensive plan, that's okay, we can keep that, but we don't have to budget it this year.
correct.
So what's the difference?
It's not, it's 2 1/2 dozen of the other. I mean, both of those will roll over. You could cut the 132, 850, 25,000. So,
But-
yeah,
But
it's just the numbers last year were tried, just like you pointed out very succinctly earlier. We're trying to predict the future a year and a half in advance. And we have had as a commissioner, Commissioner Bob Newsom, budget times were tight. There's a project commissioners wanted to do. And he said, well, if you can't find the money in the budget, I will. The commissioners, when they want something done, we have to find where the money is. This allows us to have the flexibility to know there's money budgeted to do that.
Well, how much is in that fund? I mean, if it rolls over.
And the beginning balances are on there, Commissioner. 2021 budget beginning balance 181,640. We predicted, crystal ball, 81,840 at the end of this year potentially, but we know some other monies will not. So we're estimating that based on history, 94,118.
Well, we had 100. Have we used money out of that specific fund, the fund? We had 100, we budget 132,850 each year since 22, and where is it? Have we used it?
It's in that fund. That's exactly what I said. I
But
said
that's
that
only
has been used the last
94,000.
2 years. History is easy to determine. I can't tell you in 6 months what you're going to need. I'm fine with taking it out, commissioners. But at the same time, if a project comes up that you want to fund, I have to come back and say you don't have any money budgeted for that.
You have to understand some of those eco devo things, whether you like it or not, or what provide infrastructure. It's going to provide jobs. It's going to keep people here, and it's going to provide us extra revenue to take care of other services.
well, and if anything, that rural economic, that if they come up with something, that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're having
this,
discussions on the fairgrounds at this particular
Well, yeah.
point in time. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but this would probably be, if we make a contribution, this is where that would come
Well,
from.
yeah.
If, of course, we chose to do that, and we may not, and that's
and
fine.
Catherine, I just used the chamber as an example of what this funding may be used for, but it's not entitled Chamber of Commerce. It's Riley County General Economic Development that was just an example of what we've done before. It's for all of the other type of items that Commissioner Ford just discussed.
Well, I'm just back to the balance, you're showing. We didn't cash balance of 181,000. Right,
That's our projection.
and 94 would be that word. Just bring that up, 132,850 a year, doesn't add up.
It's all based on crystal balls, Catherine, when we do budget.
Well, I understand it, I just like to see a breakdown.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with cutting that complete 132,850 out.
I'm not on that one.
All right, now, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, maybe a secondary, see where we is, we could take a little bit, we could have overage to equal it out, but yeah.
Can you pull up breakdown of that fund for the last few years, for 5 years?
What you're seeing there in 2022 is actual expenditures right there. The 2022 line is actual 2023's budgeted. So I can get you 2023 till the halfway point, but once again, I don't know what we're going to need for the last 6 months. I can tell you every one of those appropriations, except for the Riley County Economic Development and the comprehensive plan update, none of that has been spent to date.
And I will say that NPO contribution will be significantly lower than that amount too.
So
Now, I won't say significantly, but it'll be lower than that 52 both payments.
50% of all of those others has been expended. Oh, actually 100% now, because we're at the 1st of July and we made the second appropriation. But that 25,000 comprehensive plan that won't be used will roll over unless something else comes up and the commissioners would need 157,850 for some project, but I can't tell you if that's going to happen or not. Any other cuts or details you would like?
If you, of course, you don't have to.
If you come up with any questions later, just
Yeah.
send them to me or stop by like you did last Friday, Commissioner McKinley,
Started with myself, right?
or any of you. Or any of you. Come by and talk with me, be glad to.
Don't answer yourself, that's where it gets tough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready for general services, commissioners?
Told by a friend, by the way.
General services, that is in the general fund, of course. Just always like to point out the personnel services, there are no employees that are paid directly out of these line items. It is just for separation of service. This is our estimate. Once again, crystal ball, we have a lot of people that have their 85 points that are eligible for retirement. Several of them have let Elizabeth know that they intend to retire, but there's also several that have not. So this is our best guesstimate on what we recommend based on analysis of previous years and knowing individuals that are available for retirement.
That's what that pays for
Their payout of their annual leave and ESL.
Stuff that they have used. That's.
Those amounts are not budgeted in departmental budgets.
Okay.
Yep, exactly. Any questions on that first part? Okay, here's the rest of them. I kind of went through and made some, if you have any question on a specific, I have some notes on some certain ones, what brings question to my mind, office equipment rental. What the heck do we pay office equipment rental in there? That's for the law library, that $9,000. The other 9,000 building space rental, that is expenditure when you needed the Wareham Department, Wareham Opera House for the county attorneys. So see 2023 15,000 budget, don't expect to spend that in 2023, so we reduced it. But once again, commissioners, is just like the discussion we just had, I don't anticipate needing it, but if we do, we've got to have the money somewhere. 30,000 down below, it's position fees. As a commissioner, I'd say, what the heck, position fees are we paying? What are we paying for? Those are sexual assault kits. We pay for those out of the general fund. Also the 10,000, I'd say, what's that? That's off-panel indigent attorneys and related expenditures for copies, etc. The 2990 other contractual services, 350,000. You see, we only budgeted 30,000, but you see what we spent actual expenditures in 2022. Let me get down there, catch up with myself, commissioners. 358,007. That is for the 2022 storm damage that happened to all the Riley County properties, all the buildings up, the shops and other things. We have to have money to pay for those from somewhere until we get reimbursed whatever portion of that is from insurance. So that's our actual expenditures that storm cost us. And so that's why I'm recommending $350,000 to be budgeted there.
Okay, what percentage of that was paid by insurance?
I did not look into that. We can check, commissioners. And when that gets paid back, it gets reimbursed back into that same fund, into the general fund. That is one where, you could cut some there. Be honest with you, you could cut some there.
100,000.
Yeah.
Keep it.
And something to put a little asterisk by for the board to consider. I think that was my only notes on that one, other than commissioners, the large number. Commissioner McKinley and I talked, this is one of the subjects we talked about. He said, well, why is the budget so much more in 2024 than 2023? We just made that transfer to increase budget stabilization, and that will get budget stabilization up to $4 million. That's where we will currently sit. This number, $3,050,000, needs to be updated, but this is the original budget that I'm presenting to you. It will, after the transfer, be at $4 million. For our policy, we like to increase budget stabilization $250,000 each year. So the actual increase from what this year's ending balance would be in that line item, knock on wood, bar any natural disaster and expenditures coming out of there, would be $4,250,000.
And I'm not going to do it today, but if we need to make another 150,000 cut to get to where we need to be, that's probably where we'll go.
Yeah. Because like I said, we moved it 3 to 4 to try to catch up.
And that's the reason why I said, let's just do it at an even 4, because if we needed some movement in this year's budget, it gives us a spot.
I would not have any significant heartburn over that. I just think we don't want to get in the practice of not doing it every year, which is what got us to that large increase this year, but it would not give me large heartburn to not do it this year and leave it at the 4 million commissioners. If you can make note of all that, Brittany, so we can be sure and bring those up next time.
How's the working over there?
And so commissioners,
I get myself.
Yeah.
as I warned you.
It'll get better later, I promise.
She came back today, we'll see her back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gotta get through this.
As I warned you earlier, dear commissioners, I'm just a pretty face up here this year. You'll have a much better one next year. So we just didn't want to throw her in with the wolves right off the bat. And so I'll take the bullets this year. Brittany will be drinking from a fire hose, actually starting, the first day of the budget process, but
That's something us older generations did when we were kids.
I did it too.
Okay, good.
she will be the face doing this next year.
Okay.
Lucky you. Any questions on the general services commissioners?
There's a couple of things I'm looking at there, but you don't have to worry about it today.
Okay, so let's get to the big document if the commissioners are okay with that. That's been pretty well. Once again, commissioners, I can't emphasize enough through this budget process.
Miss capital improvement, CIP,
Let's wrap it up. Sorry.
Mr. Pretty Face.
Special handout for you. Some special handouts for you on that. This is just to show you where our current cash balance is, a list of the currently funded projects, and it's actually on there.
Fancy.
What those sheets show you there is our current cash balance, but what I like to point out more specifically is what's remaining of approved projects. They're approved, so we anticipate spending another $3,384,000 out of there that's already committed to projects. And I also gave you the list. If you'll see back behind there, it's the more colorful list of by year, the number of items that departments have requested the commissioners consider for future CIP projects. As you can see, if we were to fund all of that fully, it would well exceed our budgeted and cash amounts in CIP. So this is why we always got to kind of project ahead in CIP. There are very large items to purchase. And knowing with the strategic planning the commissioners have been talking about, remodeling of offices, office space, whatever's determined with the church property, all of that is going to take money, commissioners, and it will take large chunks of money. So that's why I gave you those documents. You can see in the budget development worksheet. There it is. I'm recommending 2.5 million transferred into the capital improvements. Like I said earlier, you know, there's generally just a couple places to get large chunks of money. That'd be the transfer from capital improvements, personnel, and public works to not impact people's positions and salaries. So that is a large number there.
But didn't we also add some to CIP?
We did.
How much?
1.89 from the CARES, that is not included in there as well. You have a good point, Commissioner, but remember, we're kind of segregating that out in the CIP for any overage of the North County facility.
Put it into that 14 of the.
We're not putting it in there,
Not in
but
there,
we're gonna use it for
in
that.
effect, kind of, on that separate.
I wanted to keep them separate and not commingle those funds
Okay.
in the same fund, so that's why we're keeping it in CIP as a separate one.
And they technically occurred in over three different, two different years.
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so those
So I just
monies
wondered
are-
where that was, but yeah, I understand.
Mhm. Yeah, so that is, will increase the CIP balance by the 1.89 million, but at the same point, it's really reserved for those projects.
Right.
You know, the buildings we know are pretty much gonna take up everything we need, and that'll give you some money potentially for furniture, fixtures, and other things. We're just hoping the costs come in with what they're telling us, so.
Yeah.
That's our cushion there, along with, and that's a good point, because we just don't know what expenses are gonna be. We haven't even broke ground on the new EMS, David Adams complex. That, what costs
We're
are.
not going with that name, by the way.
Can we get him on the phone? I want him to hear that.
I'm sure he'll hear it.
What those costs are going to be, and so. We will have, my point is, we may need additional CIP monies for that by the time we're done with this project.
Well, yeah, we don't know where. I mean,
On top of
best
that
guess is
1.89, yeah.
Okay.
So I think Catherine has good ideas, and what she's talked about, we really need to be envisioning what we're gonna do for office space, these new positions. These new positions, commissioners, whether approved or not. Right now, today, I need to get elections out of there. And so that means we either gotta spend money leasing space or buying space, remodeling. And then we have to redesign our current configuration there, which would be much more accessible and separate HR payroll type functions in the back with the total separate entrance on that back door that we have on our facility. But all of that's gonna cost money. You do something on the fourth floor here. Not gonna be an insignificant cost. Commissioner McKinley and I talked about that. To me, I think a prime example is the old Crumbs building. You cannot even recognize that old Crumbs building. They did such a good job of remodeling that. And one of the key things is they cut out big sections of concrete and brick and put in new windows. That space up there has one window, commissioners. That's not appropriate office space. So you're gonna have to, at not an insignificant cost, put more windows in a building that was built to withstand tornadoes.
Well, here's the challenge with that too. Not also is it a larger expense for windows, but this is on the National Historic Register as a building too.
This building?
Yes, I found that out over the weekend. So I don't know that you can even do that technically.
Well, can we get, if we can do that, can we get the remodeling grants that they have and tax credits for this?
I don't think there are remodeling grants. There may be tax credits, but
There's
that's
tax-
up to 20% of the appraised value, I believe, of the actual building, whatever that is.
There are tax credits, and staff spent so many hours on potential remodeling, just replacement of windows project on this. Monty Weedle was in planning and development. He was the one that was in charge of that, as it's a special project, the tax credits. And I tell you, him and Mr. Hobson decided that the exercise that was going through was not worth the time or trouble, was their opinion.
It'll take more work.
And that's why it never got done.
If they get, that's,
I mean,
That's
there
what
is 25%. I'm too familiar with construction costs. It is 25%, but the doors and windows that they require you to get cost 50% more than just the standard. So yeah, it sounds good. And we had a presentation on the church from an individual that says, oh, you've gained this much percentage, 25%. Yeah, but it cost me 50 to 75% more to buy those products to get that 25%. So the math doesn't work. But there are programs out
There
there
are
like that.
programs for historic.
But this place, absolutely, it was funny, we had a Microsoft Teams meeting, Elizabeth was on it with Doug Russell. And we were on there and there's all kinds of background noise. And someone said, "We have your window open." He said, "These windows are always open, whether they're open or not." See, in this facility, it was making so much noise on our screen because of the shape of the windows in this facility. We actually have had windows fall out of this facility. They're in such bad shape. And then if you're really gonna get serious about this one here, it's a significant amount of money because during wet years, it's a moat in the basement and it needs to be dug up the entire perimeter. Commissioner McKinley might be able to give you an idea of the significance of that cost. And waterproof this entire facility through an alley, through a public sidewalk,
Tear up the alley, the concrete.
through McCullough Development's property.
And we had a river come through here, one commission morning meeting from a third of the way, yeah, a third of the way right through, so.
My point is
Well, yeah.
CIP, and if we're gonna prepare for it, this is the preparation that Riley County Commissioners went through, knowing the only way that they would be able to get a new shop site built. Start putting money away in CIP so you're prepared to do those projects. But that is an area where you can significantly, you take it all, you can cut over 3 mills. But some of that's obligated, and I'll get you that number on what's obligated.
I'm also curious, and this is a question for Public Works. In 24, do we need all the equipment? I mean, I know you've got to prioritize, and I get that, but yeah. Parks and Public Works.
Got to remember what's on there, probably do the truck.
You've got a tandem axle truck, 3/4 ton 4x4 sign truck, 2-ton truck with bed, semi tractor, and an oil distributor.
I would say the semi or the tandem axle. And maybe picked up or two. Rest we can probably push on.
Okay, just okay. I think the building improvements around here is something we're gonna have to look at, elevator roof.
Yeah, I think they have all the elevator upgrades on there that.
Yeah, each of the next couple of years, and that makes sense.
Commissioners, you can see on the first page of the budget development worksheet, all of the numbers of the departmental requests. And once again, I just can't emphasize enough, all of these are just proposed as it says in that far right hand column. These are all just proposed, the personnel just includes the merit, the average, which is the 2.01, no COLA. The COLA is totally separated out at 8% at the 1.6. You guys, the commissioners have had a consensus. They want that reduced to 5%, which we will do in the next presentation. Any questions on that first section, commissioners? You can see the percentage of increases of the departments for varying reasons. If you need justification for any specific department, we can set that up so they come and talk to you about it. As far as in elections, I can tell you is due to having 3 elections on a presidential year. The presidential cycle, even without a presidential preference primary, is always significantly more.
Kind of looked at that number and thought it was actually kind of low, but
I looked at that number again too, and I had the same thoughts. Glad we're on the same page. Motion to increase?
well, no, that doesn't take in the personnel factors there either, but
Trying to help here.
it just seemed like it was significantly lower than 22's election. I'm developing some thoughts on this first page, but I'm not all the way there yet.
So that's where our departmentally, you can see the transfers. Commissioner transfer to the health department is to fund the health department's budget. The way the state statute is based on state funding, we have to at least transfer over the same amount as we did the previous year, or else they get hit detrimental and a negative impact. And so based on their proposal, so the health department is just like all the rest of these departments. You can reduce any of these departmental budgets. Ask the department head to reduce them. You have sole authority in that, commissioner. Same thing. This transfer can be reduced to the health department, and the health department administration has to figure out where they're going to adjust to make that work. Economic development transfer is just to fund those requests in their capital improvement. Went over that. The 580,000 is non-appropriated statutory requirement, but that's is in case we were to spend all of our monies down that are budgeted, except for those, we have some monies to pay bills at the beginning of the year, because the first distribution isn't until January 20th. So to be sure we have some money to begin the year, once the info will get adjusted, and then the next fund subject, appropriations. You can see significant ones that were increased would be out of us 50% more. Pony mental health 100% more, an additional 300,000. And then highlighted in the green, commissioners, I asked staff to highlight those because those are new. Those are ones that have not been funded in the past. And so that's why they're highlighted. So I will need at some point in time recommend a consensus or a 2-to-1 vote from the commissioners on at what level you want to fund each one of these, and the new request if you want to fund them at all.
I'm not for probably adding any of the 3 new ones.
Just as an overall statement and looking at appropriations. Because like I say, we're gonna get more, everybody wants more than last year, and we people want more. I wondered if we should, and maybe this is time, set up a thing saying, okay, we're just gonna amount this much for appropriations each year. And then and maybe to adjust it for population, maybe just say, okay, we're gonna allow 3 mil, what things come out. Say we'll have 2 mils a year appropriation. And then that'll be adjusted by inflation or whatever by the appraiser. I think just set it at a certain amount, and then just, somebody's gonna say, well, we deserve it more than they, each one of them is worthy cause. I'm not saying that, but somehow at some point we need to set a limit, just, and maybe I'm not sure exactly. Still running over ideas, but that's one thing I thought. I'd just say, okay, we're gonna allow so many 2 mils for appropriations each year, and then we just have to decide how to divide it up instead of trying to say, well, how much overall should we spend? Just kind of, because well, that's good. We need to fund them. Oh, those are good. We need, and then funding 2.3 million.
The only oddball one in there, commissioners, if you did something like that, the one I would separate out probably is the small cities.
We'd have to
Yeah,
separate
right.
extension
So
out. of
I
there,
would take
too.
that out of what if you design
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, and that's what it may be, and because there were a couple under economic development that maybe could fall into this thing. Rearrange some of the,
I was actually thinking that too. I think maybe that's something we may look at for next year's budget,
Yeah.
maybe too far
it
along.
may be too far along, but I think something in the future we need to set and say, okay, we're just gonna, and like I say, extension in that one.
Yeah,
And we can't do anything. I mean, we have to,
But they cut theirs from
yeah,
10 to 5.
small cities, I mean,
in small cities.
technically could get moved to Eco Devo, could it not?
There was a reason why bond council wanted us to put it here, because I think we had that discussion and they specifically preferred this.
It deals-
Because I thought the same thing.
It deals with clarify that you're not using the funds generated by the sales tax on that. You can't, because it's a special purpose tax.
Right, but
I mean, that's why the suggestion.
We did have that discussion.
And
if you
that's
could
why,
show that you're taking the transfer out of economic development and just moving that directly towards it, wouldn't that be the same thing? Or no? I'm just asking.
yeah, I just remember the
She's
discussion.
just more comfortable with
Okay,
it being directly out of general.
Well, there may be a way to segregate.
I think
those
it
two
was
to
just
make
for
it
clarity's sake.
Yeah, we did have a
better.
couple discussions on that.
I kind of thought on this one, without the 3 new ones, we took the other 2 out of economic development too, which is fine. And really, I'm kind of for just keeping it flat.
Well, and,
outside of that.
that when you have a 100% increase, like say, the county mental health. What was 300,000 to 600,000. I know mental health is very important, but that's a heck of an increase.
I think a couple of
Yes.
things there with the transition they just made here on Saturday to community, the new HBC, I got that right. I'm just gonna use the abbreviation, it's so much easier to do, but the way they're gonna be able to bill later on. I think they're gonna get more out of that. It takes time getting there.
Yeah,
And it may take the rest of this year, maybe early next year. I think their concern is they have to hire, if they can hire a whole bunch of new employees, up to almost 100 to provide the services that are
Yeah.
based off of it.
100% for us, that's kind of.
The other thing I want to make sure that we're looking at there too is with the opioid settlement money. If mental health isn't incorporated into preventative or other measures with that too, that we can use to supplement that as a benefit. I don't know where that's going just yet, but that's something I want to keep on the purview.
Health department, that. So their stuff is gonna be from that opioid settlement.
Health departments, has interest, ambulance has interest, maybe corrections has interest. Like, just like this, you know, everyone has a need.
But there's maybe a couple of equatable positions that could potentially come up there to offset bits and pieces. But that was my thought there, at least for this year. And I'm kind of with you, Commissioner. We need to restructure that in a way that benefits both sides.
So instead of trying to
Yeah.
fight each year, figure out either percentage of budget or up, like I said, like you're talking about, maybe just set it at so many mills, and I don't know what that would be. But, you know, we need to look at that at some point. That, like I said, maybe that's not part of this process, but some. After this is battle, go through and figure out what we want to be going forward. I don't know if we can require everyone else, the next commission to do it, but just kind of set a standard saying this is kind of what we like doing.
Brittany kind of make a note of that later.
It might be,
Discussion with the board after this budget session for potential.
it might be just as simple as like you've done in the past with when you told agencies to try. I think with your initial letter that goes out to say, come in and make the budget presentation, was here's what the board's looking at. Might be as straightforward as that, depending on
Or
what the
we could
direction
do
of
a
the board.
percentage, you can only go up so much percentage each year.
Well, it's for just say, you wouldn't want to,
Coming in.
Yeah,
And
I'm just saying that would give you the flexibility to do each budget cycle. Any board, it's just one way to do it.
I mean, this is the first year I've seen 5 new entities. I don't think that we've seen more than, I don't think we had any in the rest of my time here.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple, but yeah, this is by far the most, and I think. Commissioner, just like you're seeing from the Riley County side, I remember several of these presentations and their increases really were all attributed to personnel costs. Now Pawnee's, you know, double that, it's not all personnel, there's other in there, but that was part of it, I know, and so.
I know
That's where we get hit on from everyone, not only internally, but from the outside agencies that depend on us, you know, I mean, how many times have we heard from the Riley County Senior Center, I'm going to call it, you know, how the wages for cooks and how much that has gone up.
they aren't in here, are they? Is that?
yeah, council on
Council
aging.
on Aging, is that?
That's part of this.
That's part of theirs.
That other one, that Riley County Conservation, is that required one too, or?
That I know.
That's.
You remember Clancy?
Yeah, there's some level of it, I think, but it's quite a bit of discretion.
Yeah.
As I recall, I'm just going from memory.
As you can see, you know, their increased percentage, it's they're very much similar to how other departments have been very fiscally conservative and very cognizant to not have increased.
I'm just trying
very often.
And maybe, really, that's a discussion later when we try to
Mhm.
do overall
Yep.
appropriations. Because also we have corrections in there, and that's kind of a.
I guess that's I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Catherine, go ahead.
The community corrections was what I was going to, because we have a special budget, regular budget, you know, why are they?
No, that is-
That is,
That'd be another one besides the small cities commissioners, that if we're gonna continue with how, this is just for personnel. And so it would be treating them differently than other Riley County employees. They do have another budget, but that's, mainly state funded budget, a lot of it, and so. And that's where all their salaries come from. This is a supplement from Riley County to make their employees whole based on our cost of living, our market studies.
I thought we did that in the regular budget.
Well,
This is.
we did, but this is what it's gonna cost us next year.
Oh,
They aren't up here, they're all here.
That same presentation that we presented their number, that is.
Okay.
that was that, okay.
So, yeah, that's another one like the small cities, that if you develop something like that, and we're gonna continue to treat community corrections as we have the last 2 years and try to make them whole because they live in our community, they are our employees, then I would, whatever system you come up with, I would probably recommend that you, well, I would recommend that you don't include that in that
Shift it
2
out.
mil limit or whatever you're gonna come up with. Any consensus on this point, or readdress the appropriations at the next meeting?
We need, it's like say 2 audits, it's Pawnee and Adabas, or 2 of the biggest, and are the new ones. So we're gonna add any new ones or not? It's not also,
Yeah. I'll encourage them to come back in and keep trying, that's fine. I also think on the Food and Farm Council that there's enough grants and some other things out there that they could apply for, and that might be a discussion that we need to do at the city county level to figure out
I think
what we want to do and what the city wants to do, and make sure we're all on the same plane with that moving forward as well, but
yeah, that was gonna cover a part-time person to take over
Right.
Vicky's job.
They are going to, Vicky did email me yesterday, asking the status of this request, and she is going to be at the next city county meeting.
oh, that's right, because we're giving an update.
What's the city, or what are they contributing to that?
I do not.
I have no idea.
Find out.
Yeah.
I think it
There's
should be
A couple of these that would be good
and
in the discussion of where we go with that to find out where, but we can deal with that later.
they're kind of-
That'll be a project for you down the road if you come back tomorrow.
And then be able is new, and then sometime our children's costs collective, and then like you said, remember extension already received a 5% decrease. And then there's 2 others that have a large percentage, plus others that, council on aging has a 12.77%.
I'm gonna look back on their spread and see.
Genealogical's percentage looks rather high, but it's not a very big dollar amount.
No. My thought was just keep everything flat and not add anything new to it this year is the way it kind of,
What, from 20,
yeah,
from last year?
correct.
2020? Okay. So you wouldn't do any increases.
Well, for the moment,
Well, we do have corrections,
Correct.
increase in corrections and
Well, we-
extension, because we both kind of,
well, extension is already taken care of at this point. That is what it is.
you're talking about the other.
We do have to add in whatever our personnel cost is to corrections, because we are responsible for that, but outside of that, that would keep the rest of it flat.
And the new ones, I don't know. I'd like to help. Be able, but because they do a lot,
Really do.
they didn't necessarily, did they request that? I didn't think they came up with it.
They kind of struggled because they didn't know really what their expectation was or how to go through this process. And I talked to Scott several times and I said, we'll need an actual physical number. And I think they got back within that deadline still,
Right.
and we were able to do that. So they just
We
didn't,
were given.
right. They just didn't know how to approach us with that this year. So when they come back, they'll know that next time. Like I said, I'll encourage each one of them to come back. If
Well, that was
necessary.
that with Sunflower Children's Project.
Well, that's because, they rented the space up on the 4th floor.
Oh, that's custom.
Right.
Yeah.
They kind of combined everything into that location. I got it in that location.
I don't
too.
think we ought to fund that, if we cost it a whole lot. When we moved out and we gave them a lot of money, well, we're getting what, 6,500 for the IT.
69, I think.
69.
69, if I remember correctly.
To help them out.
Odd number.
To make the transition. Yeah.
Because looking at it, just. Like I say, I think corrections, the extension got their increase, and everybody else fell flat. We're about going to break even because we're losing that 60 to the animal shelter. And that's about what extension and extension corrections increases I'm trying to round the numbers off, but about 60.
That's pretty close to that.
So any direction on, I'll just go and name a couple of out of us.
No increase.
I'm good with that.
Consensus of the board out of us at 100,000.
Yeah,
Okay. Planning mental health.
And
Flat.
300.
Census of the board.
yeah,
I'll take them all together, but be able.
I'm gonna leave it off for now. This year. You know,
Consensus,
Yeah,
food and farm council.
wait on that, we talked to the city.
Wait till the city county meeting.
and I'll be kind of past that point. I'm gonna say no this year, but
No, we-
we'll leave that open for future.
Consensus.
well,
Okay, Sunflower Children's Collective.
zero.
Yeah,
Okay,
the other one you didn't mention was council on aging.
yeah, I mentioned it earlier, 12.77. Yep, commissioners would like to do anything there.
We can keep that flat too.
75.
And then Big Lakes was the other one.
Big Lake, what would you like to do with that? They're a 5% increase,
You know,
similar to extension.
I am gonna throw this out here, but. You know, both ATA and Big Lakes, I mean, we fund a good portion of their transportation, so it's really gas costs. I mean, I wouldn't be totally against leaving the 5 and maybe adding 5 to add a bus to help them offset that. Just for that purpose.
That
but
seems fair.
I-
So out of us at 105,000 that I'm hearing, or 5%?
5%
5%, okay.
5%
for
for
Big Lakes.
Big Lake.
I have had conversations with both of them, and that's
Well, it'd be 105.
yeah.
Because it was 100, so 5%.
And Big Lakes,
Just leave that, yeah. but That's
Just
already
leave
at
it.
5,
5%,
yeah.
yeah.
okay,
5% max, yeah.
Yeah, for everything. like,
so no new requests to be funded, we'll make those adjustments on those other ones. Any other questions or clarification needed on that first page, commissioners? Of course, all these numbers now on the second page are outdated based on our discussions today.
Well, we're gonna see you again on
Monday and
will.
Thursday.
Monday, right? with the
You
same
will.
thing.
You will, and that will be updated. That will be updated, to see what kind of damage we've done today to.
So you're telling us that
Further
we
discussion,
basically need to have a budget ready to publish on next Thursday.
if we'd like to.
Okay.
We would like to.
You can get that, those revisions to us by tomorrow,
Oh, yeah,
and then we can look at.
yeah,
it.
I mean, you gotta have a
Yeah,
package tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like. to
And
look at it.
these revisions aren't significant. I'm gonna go through, I'll go through CIP and see what we could reduce it down to based on our current obligations. And the lease agreements that we have that we're obligated to, and. But to keep in mind, future renovation projects as well, is a bad thing.
You know, I think it's gonna be a larger discussion we need to have once again early in 24, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, that discussion on which way the board wants to go, but remember, we can't plan all of it financially in 1 year.
Right.
So be planning incrementally. Financially, and no
That's-
decisions have to be made, you just have to start building that reserve. Any other questions, commissioners? You can see all the other information. It's pretty self-explanatory, I think, based on proposed, like I said, which is outdated with 1.559 increase, but that's with a 9.98% valuation increase. Revenue neutral rates, how we exceed that by 5.39, which is 4.2 million. Okay, commissioners, once again, my door's always open or by email or phone call if you have any additional questions. And we will be getting this updated information to you as early as we can tomorrow.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate all your hard work on it.
Okay. And
I hope not.
okay, you have a motion to adjourn.
I would make a motion that we adjourn the July 6th meeting of the Cali County Commission.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the July 6th meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have a good